In this video, we're going to be creating an Afro House track from start to finish, inspired by artists like Mujo and Idaziz. Check this out. I'm Pierre Johnson and I'm thrilled to be here on the PML channel. I'm a music producer from Cape Town, South Africa, and you can grab the full Ableton project as a free download, but I do encourage you to produce along with me. Let's dive right in. Okay guys, so here we are in our DAW. I'm going to be starting this track with our kick drum, and I'm going to hopefully just find something cool that I think sounds good for the track that we're trying to create, and we'll be taking it from there. I've got some really cool Afro House samples from PML. Other than that, we'll only be using stock Ableton plugins and stock Ableton samples, so let's get into it. So I'm just going to go through some of these kicks right now and see if there's anything that I specifically like, and then find the perfect one and then just do some tuning from there. Okay, I really like this one. I'm just going to remove these MIDI channels over here. Okay, and now I'm just going to create 4-bar loop quickly. The BPM at the moment is currently 120. I think that that's kind of an ideal BPM, a good place to start. I think at a later stage, if we do choose to change it, which I highly doubt, it's definitely important to make sure that your channels are warped, so that if you do choose at whichever stage of the production you'd like to slow it down or speed it up, you don't have any issues with things not being in time. But yeah, so let's get into this kick. Let's start programming it and take it from there. We've got a bit of a click over there, so I think we might have just overlapped. So I'm definitely just going to cut this a bit shorter so that we don't get any clicks when copying and pasting our kick over here. And just consolidating that quickly. Okay, there we go. Nice. And now I'm going to create this into a loop. Okay, that's sounding good. Let me just copy and paste that over so that we've got a nice part to play with over here. Okay, and so we can play it back nicely. So this kick has definitely got quite a nice tail, but I don't think I like the key too much. So I'm going to go in over here and mess around with the pitch a bit and see if I can find a key that I prefer. I think this is also probably a good time for me to get an EQ onto this channel so that I can kind of see where I'm at and then just start tweaking a little bit. I'm just going to turn this down a bit. Let's go to -6. Actually, let's go to -3. That should be fine. There we go. Okay. So another cool trick, before I'm going to tune this kick, actually, I know I said I wanted to tune it, but I just realized there's something that I'd like to work on before that. So as you can see in this section over here, the audio section in Ableton, we've got many different options. We've got different warp options such as beats, tones, texture, repitch, complex, and complex pro. I usually use the beats warp option when I'm working with drums, depending on if it's a one shot or if I'm working with a loop. So in this course, you'll definitely see me playing around with this section quite a bit. It's quite a cool hack when it comes to working with, you know, your tail and how long your samples are, how short they are. Very similar to using the ADSR, so the attack, delay, sustain, and release of your samples. But I'll explain all of that to you right now as we use it. So I'll maybe just do quite an extreme example of it so that you can kind of hear what this preserve section does over here. So as you can see, if we go in here, it says we can either preserve the transients, or we could kind of start messing around with these over here, which I don't usually do. I usually just leave this option on transients, and then I change this option over here from, because I think it's normally set up like that, I usually change it to this option so that it starts triggering from the right side of the sample. So that's what our kick sounds like right now. If I take this from 100 to 0, notice how it kind of shortens the kick quite a bit. Obviously, it's just doing it with this one loop over here right now. Just shorten that. This is kind of a really cool and fast way to kind of shape your kicks your hats, and any other one shots. So we're going to mess around with this quickly to just kind of get a good sound with that kick. I do feel like it's a bit too thumpy, so I do want to tighten up that kick a bit. So I'm going to mess around with this section over here until I feel like, you know, it's kind of much closer to how I want that kick to sound and how I want that kick to kind of be shaped. Okay, I definitely like that. I think it just kind of takes a bit of that boominess off. So I'm going to copy and paste this across now. Just going over that. A very cool shortcut maybe that's worth mentioning as well here is Command D, which is just duplicating whatever you are clicking on. So I'm kind of clicking on this over here now, and we're just going Command D, and it's kind of going over everywhere. So while I'm here, I am going to now tune the pitch of this kick so that I kind of get the sound to where I want it to be. Before I tune it, I think maybe I'll just do an extreme example, just so again you guys can kind of hear the result that we get when we're using the pitch knob. Obviously these things, those are very two extreme options, so we could either get a really low and subby kind of kick, or we could also go really high if we, depending if we're layering kicks or doing different types of techniques. But we're not going to be doing that here today. Today we're going to just be using this kick, and I definitely just want to find the right tone for it, so I'm going to mess around a bit and kind of see what resonates well with me over here. I definitely like the way that's sounding, so I think we're going to stick with that over there. Now I would probably jump into an EQ and get an EQ on here, so that I can see, number one, what key we are in. You know, I think that's really important to identify from the beginning. And a cool trick that I learned from a fellow producer friend of mine, especially when it comes to tuning drums and tuning your kicks, is simply just taking an EQ, dropping it onto whichever sample it is that you would like to identify. Of course, over here, our samples from PML are labeled correctly, so we could also just say in our mind that, you know, this kick is in G sharp, and we've pitched it down 3 semitones. So we would say, I'm just looking at my keyboard over here, so we say if it's in G sharp and we pitch it down 3 semitones, we're going to 1, 2, 3, we're going to F. So to confirm that, just in case, and just for personal reference, so that we do know that we are in this key, we're going to put an EQ onto our key, and then we're going to take a look at the EQ and just kind of see where our highest transient is and see what key that transient is. I've opened up the EQ now, and you can see in this corner as I drag my mouse across the EQ that it's telling me not only the frequency but also what different key is at these different frequencies. So let's play the kick and then just have a look and see what key we are in. So you can see that's definitely the highest transient over there. This one is definitely sticking out over here. So let's just take a look. 100% we definitely are in F with that. So the nice thing about identifying what key you're kind of working in at such an early stage, which we'll dive into kind of in the next part of the course where we start working on our percussions and our grooves and things like that, is that we'll be able to create a sense of harmony within our drums. Okay, cool guys. So now that we have a nice solid kick, which like I said earlier, we'll get back into a bit later, I think in this part, we'll definitely move into our tom section and just kind of create a nice little groove with our toms. So maybe layering 1 or 2 toms just to start kind of getting a groove going. So I'm going to search through Ableton, see if I can find any of my favorites, and then we'll basically just take it from there. I've got some cool samples, like I said earlier, from PML. So I think that will probably be a good place to start. And then, yeah, let's see where we go from here. Okay, I kind of like that one. So I think we'll start with that. So again, I'm just going to work in the timeline here and try and create a cool little groove with this tom. Again, at a later stage, I'll probably just start pitching it in, but I'll guide you guys along the way. So for now, I'm going to take this tom and really just kind of try and create a cool groove to work with that bass. Just going to make this a little bit softer over here. Definitely like that. So I think I can see already right now that this tail is definitely going to be an issue. So I'm definitely going to shorten this quite a bit. So I'm going to warp the sample, leave it on beats, and then very same process that we did with our kick over here, kind of change this option so that we can start controlling the tail of that. And then I'm just going to mess around with the amount over here until I find something that I think sounds good. Okay, I kind of like that. And then I also think I'm going to just change the pitch while I'm here. Definitely like that. So while I'm here now, I'm actually going to consolidate this sample so we can see everything that we've just done, because obviously in our timeline now we can't exactly see how this tom has been changed. So once I consolidate it, we'll definitely see the changes with not only the pitch but mainly this transient shaper that I've been using built in here. So let's go ahead and consolidate that. There we go. Big change in that transient. And I think another thing I'll do at a later stage, probably in the mixing phase or even possibly right now, is use our compressor to create some sidechain on that. But first of all, let's just create a really cool, interesting groove. I like that. Perfect. I'm actually happy with that, but I am going to now hold, if you're on Mac, it will be the command button, and I think if I'm not mistaken on Windows, it will probably be the control button. I'm going to use that to just like slightly take this tom off so that it has a bit of a more natural feel and it's not on the grid and too static. So let's just go ahead now, holding our command button and shift this just a tiny bit, tiny little bit, as you can see there on our grid, not too much. Perfect. I like that. So I'm going to go ahead and consolidate this as well. And now I'm just going to kind of copy and paste same trick we used earlier, which is Command D to just duplicate that. Cool, I'm super happy with that. So I think I might just add a little bit of overdrive onto that right now, just to create that a bit more, give it a bit more grit. So let's put that on over here and let's just mess around with this a bit. Oh, it's a bit hectic. Turn down the dynamics. Ooh, kind of like that. Then I think I'm maybe just going to turn this down a bit and just kind of fine tune that frequency range as to where I want this overdrive to be, really just adding that kind of saturated sound. Just taking my volume there and just making it a bit softer, because I think we're definitely getting quite a bit of volume from that overdrive. I think I might just mess with the tone knob a bit just to, again, dial it in nicely. Okay, we'll do a quick A/B there just so that we can kind of hear the difference without the overdrive and with the overdrive. Definitely much more body. We are losing a bit of that super lows or whatever lows was existing over there, but I don't think that's really important for now. I do want to add an EQ before this overdrive just so that I could see what we were initially working with. So those lows at around 60 Hertz is definitely something that we're losing, if I'm not mistaken. If we put another EQ over here, let's just take a look. So definitely a bit softer than the first one. If you just look on the screen, that transient has definitely gone down quite a bit, and this has gone a bit louder, which is exactly what we want. Okay, so I think that's quite a cool little groove to work on for now. So I'm going to try and add something to give it much more grit. Maybe another layer playing that exact same groove. And let's see what we can find within Ableton. Let's actually go into the wavetable. Maybe a bass sound could work. Oh, that's interesting. It definitely doesn't sound like something that you would use for a perk, but I'm sure we could make something cool with that. Okay, so I'm going to make a little MIDI clip over here, and then as we mentioned earlier, the kick is in F, so I think we'll keep this one in F. And like I said, same melody as the tom above, so maybe we might just skip one or two. Yeah, I think a good idea is to maybe just kind of highlight these two with the second sound. So possibly over there. There we go. Nice. Okay, and remember we did shift this one quite a bit earlier, so I'm going to do that same thing over here just so that we're not too far out. I definitely like the way that sounded. So I think it's worth mentioning also that these two tom perks will definitely not be highlighted too much in the actual mix. I think they're definitely going to be something that's just going to have moments in between the track. But for now, let's continue. Let's try and see what we can do with this to kind of just make it fit nicely. I think I'm going to put an EQ on there again for sure. Definitely going to remove those low end parts. I'm actually just going to use the top part over here, so I think even about somewhere along here, I think I just want that tops, you know, to kind of get that grit on top of our tom. Nice. So I think this definitely would sound a bit cheesy in the beginning. If there's something that I find myself in this kind of situation quite often is kind of creating these grooves very early in the track, beginning stages, and creating simple little grooves like this where you're not doing anything complex. It's not like some intense polyrhythms or anything, and it's quite simple and it's just running throughout the track. I do find myself thinking like, oh, hey, Pierre, that's a bit cheesy, you know, but I think laying a foundation with something simple that might sound a bit cheesy in the beginning could also open up doors to something way more complex at a later stage. Okay guys, so before we continue over here, I definitely just want to kind of retune this tom a little bit and just make sure that we are hitting that F note as well. I think it's definitely going to make a bit of a difference. So let's dive into that real quick. And then from here, I think we're definitely going to start layering some rim shots and some perks on top of this little groove that we've created. Some counter melodies or some counter grooves rather, so that we kind of have a good groove set up for us. And we'll be taking it from there. Let me just mute this one over here. I definitely want to take this down to F, so I think I'm going to pitch it down. That kind of sounds like F to me. I could be completely wrong. That's F sharp, so let's just go down one more. That's exactly where we want to be, so I'm going to duplicate that one. And I think I want to get rid of some of that low end. The reason why I'm taking all of these low end parts out here is because at a later stage when we do add that bass line, I want that low end to be completely free so that our kick and our bass line can communicate nicely. So let's just play this back quickly. Let's just check if that is on F. Definitely. Okay, so together they all sound something like this. Just fine-tuning that overdrive. I'm going to make that a bit softer. Okay. Okay, cool. So let's jump into our counterparts. I think I'm definitely going to try and find a little rim shot over here and just see if there are anything. There is this one that sounds really good. I definitely took a listen to it, but I want to see if there's any other samples that might just sound a bit more cleaner than that one. I honestly like this one the most. If I'm gonna play open chords, I've definitely used the sample in some of my productions before, so I think this is gonna be a good starting point for us. And I'm gonna kind of just get into this straight away. I'm gonna drag this in over here and kind of just see if I can create a groove on top of our toms and our low end. So let me actually open up a sampler or a sampler. There we go. And now let's just go find that sample again. Here we are. Let's pop it in here. And we're going to create a MIDI track. Okay. I think we're definitely going to go with the key of F again. It's a bit cheesy, so I think we're going to definitely change that a bit. I like that. Okay, so I kind of like this. I'm going to leave that like that for now. Let's copy and paste this over. Just making it a bit softer. Again, it's okay if these things sound a bit cheesy in the beginning. Once we get that full drum groove going and we've got all of our drums in there, we'll definitely hear everything kind of communicating well together. So let's continue now. I think I want to layer some perks on top of here. I'm going to go into some of the PML samples, which will be included in this course. So don't worry about any of that for now. You'll definitely find them in a link below so you guys can download it and kind of participate along the way. So let's look through some of these perks over here. I kind of like that one. Yeah, definitely like this one. I'm just going to drag this in as a one shot. I'm not going to use the simpler over here. I think the transients are really quite short, so I'm going to use this now to try and kind of create just another part of that layer to kind of emphasize that groove in certain parts. So definitely one over here. Whew. Liking the sound of that. Maybe I'll shorten it a bit. So we'll go into our warp section. Ooh. Definitely giving us again like that kind of rim shot feel over there. So let's just copy this again. And then I think I want to emphasize this one over here. So sticking to that original tom groove, as you can see, if we're looking at this over here and we're looking at our initial tom, that's kind of very much just or duplicating and replicating that same groove. I'm going to move this over slightly. And then this one as well, I'm going to move it over just a little bit. It's okay to kind of shift them a bit off. As you can see, these are not exactly on the same spot. And that's definitely going to just add that bit of that humanistic feel, for the lack of a better word. And it's just going to make it feel slightly more real and not too static. Just duplicating that same pattern again. Try and just let it sit nice with that initial rim shot that we have. Cool. I kind of like that for now. So maybe something I do want to do here, and something that I do quite often, is using some erosion again, which creates kind of a distorting sound, but I feel like in certain parts it could add quite an interesting type of emphasis to a certain tone. So we're just going to pump this up quite a bit, going to make it quite loud, somewhere around 10k. Let's hear what that does. Let's switch it off so we can hear again without it. Nice. It's definitely just highlighting those certain parts of the top end that I kind of like, and I definitely wanted to punch through the mix. So I'm just going to add a bit less of it so that it's not too much. I think usually about around anything under 20 or 25 I find is the sweet spot for me. Nice. I am going to add an EQ as well because I am hearing just a little bit of low end over here. That's it right there. So I want to remove those frequencies immediately. So I'm definitely just going to do a little low pass. That's fine for now. I'm happy with that. Ooh. Nice. I like that. So maybe just adding one more perk somewhere around here just to emphasize our groove. I just want to consolidate that and duplicate it again. And now let's try and find one more perk sound that could maybe just make this a bit more interesting. Okay, let's see. Ooh, that's an interesting sound. I like that. Okay, so let's try something a bit different. Whew, okay, that's that's quite weird, but I kind of like where that's going. So I'm gonna just jump in here. I'm gonna warp this. I'm gonna make it slightly tighter again, just so that it's not sticking out too much. Kind of like that. I'm gonna pitch it down a bit. Let's just see how. That sounds good to me. I like that. I really like that. It's kind of definitely off the grid, just in between a little pocket there. So let's just kind of play that back, and then we can kind of just adjust that volume a little bit to see what that sounds like. But now from something that once just sounded quite simple, we're slowly finding that complexity that we desire and that we're looking for in our perks. So let's just play that back for you. Nice. I really like that. And yeah, I think we're going to wrap it up right here. Short and sweet, not too much, keeping it very simple, not overthinking any of the things that we are adding right now. And then we're going to move on to the next part, like I said, where we're going to add our hi-hat, our shakers, and really start filling up our drum groove. And from there, move on to start creating some instrumental parts. So stick around and I'll see you guys in the next part of this video. Okay guys, so over here I think we're definitely going to start working on our hi-hats, our tambourines, and definitely add a clap over here just to create some more groove. So let's start with that clap actually, and let me go try and find a really good clap sample over here. I'm going to go through some of the PML stuff that was sent to me. Like I said earlier, will be included in this course, so you don't have to stress about that. There will be a download link for all of the samples and all of the tools that we're using over here. So yeah, let's get into it. Let's try and find some claps over here in our PML samples and take it from there. Oh, I like that. Let's drag that in, and I do have a melody in mind over here. I'm just going to play back this sound. Definitely thinking about something that's like kind of along the lines of. So I'm going to try and recreate that right here. I think even if we just open everything over right here now, we can kind of see, we're starting to see how just from the tom over here, we're emphasizing a lot of these parts with our different sounds. So even this clap right now, we are definitely, you know, kind of creating a lot of layers with that exact same groove. I like that. Just making it a bit softer. I usually, to be honest, to find a good kind of gain stage in the beginning, even when we're not mixing, I kind of just switch it off completely and then just slowly up the volume until it starts sounding good in the mix, and then not stressing about it too much. I think it's definitely worth noting that simplicity is key over here. So I'm going to consolidate this right now. I'm going to duplicate it, and then I'm going to give it a listen and slowly just up that volume to kind of find a good space in the mix for this. And I think because it's got so much reverb on there already, it's a perfect spot just right there, not too loud, not in your face too much. Maybe at a later stage, we might be emphasizing it a bit more. Just going to take an EQ in case I'm not hearing any low end, but maybe there could be some really low frequencies that I am not hearing. So I'm going to give that a look and then maybe just shave them up a bit with a low pass. There definitely are some over there. They're super low, so it would be hard to hear. But again, in the beginning, we want to make sure that we're not interrupting any of that low space and just keeping it as clean as possible. Nice. I'm definitely happy with that. So I'm going to kind of call that right there and just move on to the next part. I do want to get some really cool tambourines going, so let's see what we can find over here. I think for this one we should actually just use a loop, so I'm going to check out the loops and see if we can find any cool top loops, maybe something that's a bit shaky, you know, something that's almost like the sound of some keys of some sort. So let's go through these and then just take a look and see if we can find anything over here. I like that first part. I definitely like that first part. I don't think I'm going to use the whole loop over here. So let me actually just start shortening that. And I think the small part right here is perfect. And this is exactly what I kind of want. Yes, that's definitely what I'm looking for. For this one though, I'm going to go into my audio section over here and I'm going to put it on complex just so that we don't lose any of that transient. Nice. And let's just duplicate that. And now let's just slowly put that into the mix. I'm going to go the same thing that I did with the clap, just slowly from 0 up. Nice. I'm happy with that. I'm not going to do too much. I think it's sounding quite good. I'm just going to add an EQ over there again, just in case there are some artifacts in that low end. As we can see on our EQ, it's definitely not necessary to even add anything. We've got nothing happening in the low end here. Definitely very clean. I'm going to leave that as is. I'm going to see if I can find a nice hi-hat sample or even a loop for that case. And let's just actually go into the section over here and see if we can find anything cool. That's quite interesting. I kind of like that. There's a lot of movement in that loop. I don't think I'm going to use the whole thing, but let's see where this can go. Okay, I think we'll just use that first part. Let's actually use this section. Okay, I'm definitely going to shorten this. I don't want too much of it to be outstanding, especially these ones that have got those longer tails over there. I'm going to shorten it quite a bit. I think I'm just going to use this part actually. So let's duplicate it. That's cool. I like that. Okay, let's slowly get that into the mix from 0 again. Happy with that. Not doing too much over there. Really like the way that sounds. So we've built quite a bit so far already on that groove. We're gonna continue doing that. I do want something that's a bit more on the lower part of that frequency. So I'm gonna go into the Ableton stuff now and see if I can find anything cool, either in the wavetable or possibly somewhere in operator. Who knows? Let's try and find something cool. I think what I'm going for is like a noise kind of sound that's almost like a white noise. So I'm gonna type in noise and see what pops up. Let's check out over here. No, that's definitely a bass sound. We don't want that. No. That's close. That's very weird. I think we want something close to that, you know? There we go. Very weird artifacts over there. I want to use this one for sure. I'm going to create another MIDI track over here. Just going to put this a bit softer so I can hear nicely in my headphones. It's not too loud. And then let's start with, I think, a much lower register over here. Maybe in C2. Let's just give this a go. Let's say, or maybe even C3. Let's try C3. So just one long note over there. Nice. I'm going to actually switch the loop mode off right now. And I'm going to just drag it right across because I feel like this sound over here might be constantly modulating. So if we've got a nice long one, we're going to get some different artifacts along the way. And let's just hear what that sounds like. Nice, I like that. What I am going to do though, I do feel like it's a bit static and we could have some more movement. So I am going to, in this situation, use a glue compressor. And I think we're going to create a sidechain over here. So we're going to have our glue compressor sidechaining the sound to our kick so we get that nice pumpy sound. So let's just find our glue compressor and let's switch on that sidechain option and we're going to find our kick over here. There's our kick and let's just start punching this. I actually want a short attack time here so that it kind of hits immediately, and I think I might just leave that release as is. Let's do a hard sidechain just to hear what's happening. Okay, definitely a shorter release. I like that. Now we've got some more movement over there. I do want to remove some of the parts here. I don't want this to be overlapping with our existing hats that we've added and our tambourine. So I'm going to get rid of the low end. And then all of those high end artifacts I'm going to get rid of as well. Something like that. So let's just play this together with this parts over here. Nice. Let's play that in context with everything else. I'm going to go from 0 and just bring that up now. Very detailed. Now I'm starting to feel like the claps could definitely move forward, so I'm going to up it a bit. I really like that. Now we can see how that groove, which once just started, let's just solo that tom and our kick. We started here, very simple. Let's open it up and just so that we can see it again over here. That simple groove right now has just slowly started opening up and becoming more and more complex without using any intense or, let's say, overthought of techniques rather. Just keeping it, again, very simple, using some cool one-shot samples and different sampling techniques to kind of really bring out that groove, emphasizing it in certain parts with our rim shots, with our tambourines, with some hi-hats, with some clap. And now's the perfect time, I would say, to start wrapping up this drum kit slowly. But I think we're going to move on to the shakers now, and that might just be the missing piece to our drum kit over here. Okay guys, so I think we're definitely about to round up and finish off this drum kit. I am going to add some shakers in this session. I wouldn't say muddy, but some gritty shakers, definitely some higher shaker parts, and then just kind of glue them all together nicely, just with some good gain control, and take it from there. I think this is definitely going to be the wrap from my side for our drum part section, and then from here we're going to start moving on to different parts of the track. But for now, let's try and find some cool shakers and use some cool sampling techniques to kind of really just get some movement going with those shakers. And yeah, we'll take it from there. So I'm actually going to just go to my search bar over here and make sure that I'm clicking on all results, and I'm just going to type in shakers. This is going to show me all of the standard shakers that comes built in with Ableton, along with some of the PML stuff. As I've been mentioning, everything that we're using here is going to be included, and there will be a link where you can download everything. So yeah, let's just jump straight into it and find some really cool sounds. When I go to this progressive Afro House folder, the PAH over here, so I'm going to try and find something cool over here. Definitely that gritty kind of thing that I want, so I'm going to check this out. I like that one, and I think I might have even just used this before as well. So let's just drag that straight in right now and see what we can do with this. I don't think I'm going to use the whole shaker again. I'll probably just use the first 4 bars. So let's just take a look and see what that looks like. Let's turn that down a bit, and then let's slowly mix this part in. I like that. I really do like that. And I think it's quite a nice sound already, so I might not even do too much over here, and I might just copy this straight over as is. Let's give it another listen. Without it. Very dirty, very like gritty, kind of something that I do want. I'm sure I will just EQ some of the high end over there just so that I can put another shaker on top of it, which we're going to do right now. I'm actually going to look for something from Ableton. So let's just continue here. I wonder if there are more of these. Let me see if there's some more of these shakers called Shaker DMX. Let's see. Shaker DMX. Is that sounding really cool? I like that. Definitely like that. I'm going to drag this in right now. I think I'm going to actually use a sampler for this because we might just do something different with it. So let's just find that shaker again. Let's search for it. It's called Shaker DMX. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Okay, we're gonna make a little MIDI over here, and then I think because we all know that our kick was in F, so we're gonna actually just get this into F again. There we go, over there. And then I'm now gonna try and like do some kind of melody so that it highlights certain part of this initial shaker. So I think maybe somewhere over here. It's a bit long. I think I want to shorten it. Maybe something cool at the end. Maybe double over there. Yeah. I like that. I think I'll actually just shorten them. I like that. So just shortening those notes in the piano roll so that we can kind of just shorten the sample itself. As you can see in our sampler, we're using the classic sampling method. So if we were using the one-shot method, we wouldn't be able to shorten it right now and it would play the full sample. So when you are in the classic method, this allows you to go into the piano roll and really just shorten or lengthen the notes to your liking, which again is definitely a bit more efficient depending on how you're using these different sounds. And yeah, so I'm just going to play this back again. I like that. I'm just going to mix it in now. First duplicating it and just making sure that it is running right across. Now what I'm going to do over here, I think I'm actually going to mess around with the velocities a bit so that we're not getting that static kind of sound. It doesn't feel like we're sampling. Let's move this up over a bit, here over a bit so we can see. And let's just move and play around with these velocities. Nice. Bit more. Let's make it a bit more intense. I like that. So I'm going to duplicate. Oh, one more thing. I think I'm actually going to shift these over a bit just so that it's not playing on the bar and it sounds a bit more, you know, human and natural. So let's hold in our command button and just slowly move that over just a bit. Just get it off the grid just a tiny bit. Let's duplicate that over and let's just play that back. I like that. So I'm going to try and add one more shaker now. Maybe just do a search here again. Let's type in shaker. Okay, there we go. Let's see if we can find anything cool over here. Oh, that's cool. It's quite cool as well. Okay, let's see some more over here. That's definitely cool as well. A lot of cool samples over here. I like that. Okay, let's drag this one in. Again, looking at that sound wave, I can tell that it's definitely not kind of where I initially pictured it when I was listening to it. This loud one over here, I think I definitely want on the first bar. So I think I'm going to start by shifting that. I'm also just going to make sure that this is on complex since it is a big loop and I don't want to lose any of those transients. And now let's just go in there. I'm going to move this. Let's just make sure. Yep, I definitely want this one over here. And I'm going to actually just do that. And I'm going to move it over so that we get that initial shake over there. Just that slow, I would say, attack over there. And I'm not too sure if I'm going to use this whole one. Maybe I will, or maybe I'll just use half like that. So let's just duplicate it and let's slowly just mix this in again and just hear what that sounds like. Nice. So let's actually play this separately now so we can just hear our shaker parts and what they're doing. I think when we do go into the mixdown much later, we're probably going to start panning these all around and also just creating space for them. So let's solo them and listen to what our shakers are doing so far. Nice. Very gritty, which is what I like. That's what I had in mind earlier when I was listening to it. So I'm going to leave that right there. Maybe just add just this very similar to what we did earlier with our rim shots. I think just something that throws it off just a bit, that just kind of gets that groove going a bit. So let's try and find a shaker one shot that we could use. Possibly like a longer shaker, you know. So I'm actually going to just type that in and see if we win. Shaker. Oh, okay. That's actually perfect, to be honest. If there's one thing I do enjoy about working in Ableton is that they come with some really cool stock sounds. To be honest, for the longest time, even up until today, I still use a lot of the stock sounds and they end up working really well. I try to keep it at a bare minimum, as you've been seeing during this project. So I'm going to see if I can fit the shaker somewhere that just might add like a bit of a, you know, like kind of swing to it. So it might even just be on that very first part, you know, like maybe right in that initial transient to create emphasis over there again. I like that. Yeah, definitely, for sure. And I don't want to do too much here, so maybe just at the beginning of every bar. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm gonna just mix that in so that it's not too loud. Very nice, very cool. I'm sure you are noticing certain patterns now. Like I said earlier, when we were kind of creating a rhythm with that rim shot, we kind of did something similar where we used the one shot sample to just kind of throw it off. I'll just play that part back for you so that you can hear it. Very similar technique over here where we're just using a one-shot sample again, kind of really just emphasize certain parts, and it makes it feel a bit, just a tad more realistic instead of just throwing these loops on there and not kind of bringing any certain parts of it to life rather. So let's play back our shaker section. Let me just make sure that we've got all of our shakers over here. So that's it, 1, 2, 3. I'm sure this is a shaker as well. Let's play that back all together. Very, very cool. So let's just jump into an EQ now. EQ some of these shakers a bit. Let's see what's going on with our first shaker. As I mentioned, let's try and get rid of that lower end as soon as possible, just so that we don't have any of that muddiness. We kind of want this to sound a bit almost like filtered and a bit gritty. So I'm just taking a tad bit off over there. Let's bring in our next one. Add an EQ to that one. Quite happy with that. I'm just going to take a little bit off over there, just a tad bit off. Okay, let's listen to our next one and add an EQ there if necessary. I actually don't want all of that other information, so I am removing it. Let's just do a quick A/B. This is without the EQ. With the EQ. Definitely just cleaner and some more space, which is nice. So that's what we're aiming for over here. Okay, I really like that. I'm not going to do too much over here. I just want to close everything so I can play this back, and let's open it all up and then take a look and a listen. Nice. So before we wrap up this part, I think I am going to just do a little bit of grouping right now, just so that we can get some order over here. Maybe rename a few things and just clean up the project a little bit so that we don't get too confused as we start adding our new instruments. Let's say when we move into the next part of this course, when we're going to start working on our bass lines, we're going to start working on our keys and chords, we're going to start working on our pads, we might even start adding our vocals and everything. It can get a bit cluttered sometimes. So I think now that I've kind of settled with my drum section and I'm happy with them, I'm just going to do a bit of labeling and maybe a bit of grouping so that I can just compile everything together and that I don't get too lost and it doesn't become too overwhelming. So let's just play it back, and in that time I'm just going to rename some of our things. And also notice, even though this isn't actually a tom, we know that we use the bass over here. I'm going to label it as a tom anyway, just because it's working together with that, and I want those two parts to be together. And at the later stage, when we start mixing and we've got a full arrangement, you'll see exactly why this is so important. So let me continue over here, and then we'll wrap this section up. Our first hat. I really like those hats, by the way. I just feel like they've got a really nice type of sound. Definitely recorded very well with the PML team as well. Quite interesting. Let's say hat 2 over there, and now of course we've got our shakers. while we're here and we're doing all of these labeling, it's something that seems really, really simple. And I think sometimes people would, just skip past it because they would say, this is tedious. We don't want to do this. We just want to make music. But like I said, in the long run, these type of things definitely end up catching up to you, and you end up getting so lost in adding too many sounds because you don't even know what you've added over there. There's so many things happening and you don't have your things labeled, and it just becomes, absolute clutter, and you can't really keep up with everything that you're doing in your project. So I think this is definitely something that I learned along the way. I was definitely at the point with my music as well where, I'd end up not finding stuff. I'd end up start doing the Mixdown, and then I find sounds that I didn't even know was there because they weren't labeled correctly, and I just had no idea they even existed at the time. So it's really important that you take some time out and label your things correctly so that they're easy to find, so that even when we move into the arrangement stage, it doesn't get too cluttered. It's not too complicated. You say, I want to remove the kick here, and you know exactly where the kick is. You want to add the claps in certain parts, you know exactly where they are. So really important. I think this is a perfect time for us to wrap up our drum part of this course. I hope you enjoyed this section. It was really fun for me. I definitely enjoy programming drums. I'll see you guys in the next part of this course. Okay guys, so previously in our first part we just covered our entire drum section. We created a really cool drum groove. We used some tambourines, some hats, some shakers, toms and perks, and even some weird sounds to really just create a really cool drum kit. And now in this part we're going to really just work on some cool voice pads, and I've got some cool samples from PML over here, so we're gonna go through them and we're gonna just really try and create something cool. So I'm gonna start with just some of these tonal rises, and I'm gonna see if there's anything that I might like over here. I'm probably gonna just sample for most of this part and not overcomplicate it again too much. Like I said, from that kick in the very beginning of this course, we knew that we were in the key of F. We didn't know if we were in major or minor, so depending on where we go here right now, we're probably going to know what we're working in. So let's start with going through some of these samples. Let's take a good look. Let's try and do some cool things and create something cool. So yeah, let's start browsing and let's begin. That's such a cool sound. Ooh. I like that. I really do like that, and it's in the key of F as well. So let's just make sure before we go in that we are on complex, and let's just warp it over. I see that the tempo of this sample is 123, so we're going to get this to 123 over here, and then I think I'm probably just going to use that first part again. I really like that. I really like those notes played over there. Bit longer. We're probably just going to use that. Let's maybe get the second part just because we'll have a bit of a cleaner sample. Nice. Let's add an EQ onto that. Get rid of some of that pad sounds in the low. Really nice. Okay, so now let's just mix that in slowly. Nice. Okay, cool. Without doing too much, I'm going to continue over here, and I am now going to go into this sample pack. I found some really cool vocal sounds over here just earlier, so I'm going to go through them and see if we can kind of manipulate them to create like a cool little voice pad. So long. Kind of like that. I think maybe we're gonna have to pitch this a little bit and let's just put it onto complex. I think maybe we're gonna kind of pitch it down and just sample it again. That end part right over there. Let's pitch that down. Like that. Ooh, I also think, what if we duplicate this maybe and pitch it up the same amount. Oops, sorry. Let's just hear that. Okay, so let's just listen to them together quickly. It's probably going to sound really cheesy again. Okay, so I think now, since these are kind of the same things, I want to add a sidechain onto there. So we're going to grab our glue compressor. We're going to open it up. We're going to get it onto our kick. Short attack, short release. We learned that earlier, that it works really well. And we're going to just solo the first one so we can hear what we're doing. Really cool. Let's just compare that to what we've got initially from that sample. Really cool pumping sound, and I think it's definitely going to work with that first sample. So I'm going to copy the sidechain and I'm going to paste it onto our second sample. Let's hear them together. Let's add our next sound that we added initially when we started. Let's actually bring this down. I don't think that we are in the right key over here, so I'm going to play this one first. I'm going to play the second one and just try and pitch it in. Nice. Okay, let's go up over here then. Nice. Okay, it's definitely a bit loud, so I am going to turn these down and just mix it into that initial sample. Okay, let's hear that in context right now with our drums. I like that. Let's see if we can find one more sound, maybe an atmospheric sound of some sort. Let's maybe look at some of the Afro House samples. Well, let's actually use our search engine again and just type in Atmos and see what pops up. That's quite cool. I think this will work perfectly. So I'm actually going to take that whole sample, make sure that it's on complex again over here so that we don't lose those transients. And as we can see, it's in E now. So F would definitely be one semitone up. So I'm just going to pitch that up one semitone. And then I'm going to take a listen to it again in isolation with our first sound. And I'm going to mix it in slowly and just give it a listen. I think we should use that same sidechain again. So I'm going to paste it over here. We copied it earlier. We're using the same sidechain on all of these samples. Let's just give it a listen. I like that. I like that very much. like, I'm sure you see the kind of sampling that we're doing here. While we're not overcomplicating it, we're still using this method to kind of create something that's completely our own and unique, and not just kind of dragging and dropping and just moving on. We're layering and stacking these samples in a way that we're using harmony, we are creating a unique sound, and that it's essentially our own. If we take a listen to all of these together again, just in isolation, I would say that we've just created a really cool, unique voice type of pad. And when we go to our arrangement much later, I'll show you how we use auto filters and different types of techniques to really make this move around in the mix. So opening and closing and creating some really cool dynamics with this voice pad that we've just created here. I definitely find myself doing a lot of sampling in my tracks, and this is the way that I do it. Number one, it saves me a lot of time. Number two, when we've got some really cool samples that you know you like, you could definitely use them in multiple different ways. And this simple technique over here has saved me a lot of time and stress, and has definitely helped me create a really cool, pads, sometimes even keys, sometimes melodies, and it really goes a long way. I definitely come from a DJing standpoint first. I was a DJ before I was a producer, and when I used to DJ, I used to find myself creating a lot of edits using Ableton at the time, and that really taught me how to create, or how to use rather, sampling as a really cool technique, and it's something that has really stuck with me along the way. I found myself initially when I bought my first synthesizer trying to do a lot of complex things, and I ended up spending a lot of time learning about synthesis, and it's taught me a lot, and I definitely still use it quite often. But there are a lot of old techniques that I still use today, and sampling being one of them, to create really cool things, especially when you listen to or you understand the kind of concepts of harmony. Take, for example, what we did here with this sample, kind of chopped it up, used just one part or one bar of it, and we've had one playing at a much lower key, and we took another one playing at a much higher key, the exact same sample, to create something unique. Very easy and simple way to create something really cool. And the reason why all of these things are coming together so quickly and so easily is because in the very beginning we identified with that kick that we are in the key of F. And it's so important, because tuning your drums can essentially help you identify where your track is going to go before you've even added any musical parts. And sure, every music session is different, but this is something that I learned at a much later stage, and it's really helped me fast track my music and make things so much easier for me. So yeah, let's just play back those pads again one more time. And now in context with our drums. Just playing that back now again, and just because we have that kind of layer of pads, I'm already picturing what the bass line could sound like. I can already picture keys in my head, which is it's a really beautiful thing. So on that note, I'm gonna leave these pads right here as is. I'm pretty happy with them. I might just double check quickly and make sure that we don't have any of that low end seeping through, so that we've got enough space for our bass line later. So let's just give this EQ a bit of a look. It's definitely not necessary over there. I'm just going to copy this EQ, delete it off here, go into this one, paste it, and just see what's going on. I'm not too concerned about that over there. That's definitely not a big deal. Let's listen to this one over here. Maybe I'll take this off just because I've seen that they're in a similar range. Slightly. I like that, and I'm gonna leave it right there. I hope you guys enjoyed this part. I hope you found some valuable lessons over here in the form of simplicity. It's something that I definitely hold close to my heart, and I hope that the lesson here of kind of making things easier for yourself has come across nicely. And I'll definitely see you guys in the next video, where I think we might just be adding keys, or we might even just be adding our bass line, or both of them. So thank you for watching this part of the course, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay guys, so we're back and we just created a really cool voice pad using a nice sampling technique that I've learned over the last couple of years. I think we are definitely ready to add our chord progression. So I'm gonna pull up the grand piano from Ableton right now, and then I think from there we'll add a really cool bass line that's working with our chords. But let's start with our chords first. Just using the search engine again, I found that it's really convenient, especially when you're looking for something and you don't know where it is. It just saves you some time. So yeah, let's jump straight into the piano roll now and try to create a cool piano. Just going to turn that down because I'm not too sure what the volume is like, and I just want to open this up so we can see clearly what's happening. Okay. Gonna make this a bit longer, just based off what our groove is doing, our drum groove. I'm already hearing a piano that's kind of da 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 da. That's kind of that's the melody that's playing in my head right now, and it's definitely based off that groove that I'm getting from the drums. So I'm gonna try and do something like that and just program and see what works and what doesn't work. Like I said, we do know that we are in the chord F, so let's try and make something cool and see how that goes. So let's start with that F right now. So right now, I'm just going to take this very same note and I'm going to run it all the way just so that I can kind of get the melody that I have in my head down onto the piano roll. And then from there, I think we'll start structuring the actual chord. I like that, and I think we might even just copy it. So I think we're going to drop these notes over here. So let's just see what works. Okay, that sounds a bit weird right now, to be honest with you, but we're going to leave it over there, and we're going to actually also just lengthen these so that they all are with each other over there. And let's now, since we've identified a kind of melody, let's start trying to create a chord over here. Notice how I'm not starting with the root note of this chord, which is usually quite strange, but I had the melody in my head and I thought I'd start over there. So I'm going to duplicate this right now and try and create what I am hearing. Let's maybe make this a bit softer. Okay, and let's just push this over there and let's try and get a nice root going over here. I'm not too sure where. I like that. So let's just put on this section so we can hear what's actually happening here. Okay, I'm hearing something right now. I think maybe what would be cool here is to actually take this part again and let's just duplicate it and let's find a note that kind of works for this middle part. Because I'm hearing it going down, but I don't actually know where I want it to go. Okay, let's do that again and see what's happening here. I think we're onto something. I'm just gonna continue. Okay, let's actually solo this and just listen to what's happening here on its own. I'm gonna copy this entire section over. I'm gonna bring these notes back down. I'm gonna move this down to that F over there. Ooh, let's just get that volume down a bit. I think we need something here at the end to just kind of conclude the phrase, and so that we can do something slightly different. So I'm going to go back in here and just see what we can do. Maybe we could go up a bit. That sounds right to me. I could be completely wrong over here, so let's just have some patience and let's try and figure this out. That sounds right. That sounds just about right. Maybe let's just see. Let's listen to what those are doing together. Okay, let's listen in context. Okay, that last chord is definitely not doing it for me. So I'm going to mess around here a bit and just kind of move these notes around and see if I can have a conclusion to the phrase that feels almost like we're at home, but we're not there just yet. So let me try and move this up. Yeah, definitely. So, you know, it feels like the phrase is not finished just yet. And that's the kind of feeling that I want. Okay, so let's try and create a chord over there that kind of sounds good. Yeah. Let's just hear that. Ooh. Woo! I'm really liking this. This is sounding really cool. We're going to go back into our piano roll just in a second, but I do want to play around with this piano over here in this section and just see if I can kind of dial in the sound that I want. So I'm going to play with this tone knob a bit. I'm going to play with some of that reverb, and I'm also going to play with a soft hard knob, which I'm assuming is again going to have an effect on the tone. So let's just give it a listen. I like that. I'm going to soften these A notes now. So back in the piano roll, I think now's a perfect time to kind of use our velocities and just work around with these notes a bit. I am going to make the piano roll a bit smaller, and I'm going to make my velocity section a bit higher so that I can see exactly what's going on here, and just so that it doesn't feel so static and that all of these notes are hitting at the same time, and it feels a bit more real and just a bit more human. So I'm going to think about things I like to consider in this part is which notes do I want to stand out in each chord, which notes should be more subtle, which notes are carrying most of the emotion that I'm trying to portray, and then adjust these velocities based off that. So I've already identified that these are too loud over here, so I am going to drop it a bit. I like that one, so I am going to up it a bit. Okay. Let's drop these a bit. I definitely want that to shine slightly. I want this to shine as well, so I am going to just make it slightly louder. I'm going to make this bottom note a bit softer. And then possibly just slightly softer with this one so that it doesn't stick out too much, but still noticeable. That would make, hopefully, everything sounding a bit more intact. So let's just give this a listen. I'm really, really liking that. So I'm going to mute our pads for now. I do want to try and just fit this into the mix. So I'm going to make it soft and then just bring it up gradually to hear what it sounds like with our drums. I'm going to remove that kick as well. really like that. I'm happy with that. Again, simplicity over here. I think we're definitely just messing around with that chord structure a bit and kind of, to be honest, I feel like that happened quite fast. So maybe we should look at it again. But this is just because I kind of had an idea of where I wanted to go with that one. So let's actually just break down what's happening here a little bit and take a look at that. So I think I'm going to start with that root note and kind of just count from that root note of D what is exactly is going on here and kind of see if we can identify any patterns here. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're definitely playing a 7th of D there. And let's see if that same thing's happening over here throughout. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 100%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. So definitely a pattern that I'm seeing here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's quite strange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is really interesting. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, this chord progression is essentially built up from 7ths and 9ths. Just getting that brightness back there. Okay, I'm happy with that. I think we can move on to the bass right now. I just want to play this back one more time. We could do with some more volume. Okay, let's actually see if we can find any cool bass sounds over here in our PML packs. I found a Moog bass, so I'm definitely interested to see what this is over here. Definitely thinking about something like round that would complement that. So let's see what this sound is. It could just work. And I think a good place to start is maybe taking that root note from our chord. So I'm going to copy this MIDI and just copy it over there. And if you don't know how to do that shortcut, I just hold in the Option key and drag it over into here. So let's go in over there and let's see if, oh, that's quite a nice sound. Just removing all of those notes now and using that root note. That's D going into F. And then, okay, but we're definitely too high. So let's move it an octave down. So I'm going to hold in Shift and I'm going to press down. There we go. I like that. Fat, definitely fat. I'm going to add some sideshade onto that right now. Same settings with our attack and release again, really short. Okay, that was definitely a really long playback, but I'm really liking the way that that's sounding. So I'm going to leave this one right here. I hope that I kind of explained that well, and you've got a good idea of what we just did there to give it another listen and idea, or rather not a listen, to give it a better understanding. It was basically just a melody that I kind of heard, and I decided to play it back. I started, instead of starting with the root note, I actually started on top with that high F over here, because that's what I was hearing. And I kind of based off this chord structure from the drum kit, which I thought is really interesting because of that groove that we had going. And then to create the bass line, I essentially just took these root notes, those root notes from the chord progression. Very simple chord progression again over here, as you can see, nothing too complex. And I feel like this is definitely the whole idea here, and what we're following is try to keep this simple but still create something cool. And yeah, that's essentially how we've just structured our bass line, which was quite fast, and chords as well. So let's just play it back one more time, and then I think we are going to move into the next part, and that is creating some harmonies with some synths for these chords, and then possibly going into our arrangement next. I do know that I have some really cool vocals somewhere here that PML sent me, so we might even start adding that in the next video. So stick around for that, and let's listen to this one more time before we go off into the next part of this course. I really like that. I'm happy with it. I think that that's probably going to be the core part of the song. It's definitely giving more of that happy kind of vibes. It's definitely not too dark, but we do have some dark elements in there that I think might just be quite interesting in our arrangement. So that's all for this part. I think we're ready to move on to the next parts over there. So I'll see you guys in the next part of this course. Okay guys, so this part of the course is pretty exciting because it means two things. Number one, we're going to be wrapping up our musical parts and our instrumentation for the song. And then number two, that also means that we're going to be moving into our arrangement part of this course, which is pretty exciting. It's definitely my forte. I've done quite a few different arrangements for other artists and producers as well. So I definitely enjoy that part of the process, and I'm excited to get into it. But before we do get into that part, I am, as mentioned, going to round up our musical parts for this track. So I was thinking of adding a little arp, and then also maybe just a synth playing in a higher key of our grand piano that we added in the previous video. And I think maybe I'll even start right there with the operator. So yeah, let's jump into it and just kind of get that operator loaded right now and get started. So I'm going to take our keys that we recorded earlier, which are these. And I'm going to pop that straight into our operator channel. definitely gonna shift that an octave up. So I'm gonna select everything over here, and I am going to hold in shift, and I'm gonna use my up arrow, and it has now shifted up our entire chord progression an octave, which is quite a cool hack. If you guys don't know that shortcut, just holding in shift while in the piano roll, selecting all of your notes and using the up and down arrows to easily shift your keys, your melodies, or your chords an octave up or an octave down. So yeah, let's see if we need to move this higher or lower. I'm just going to give it a listen quickly. Shift it up, let me hear what this sounds like. Okay, cool. I like that. So I'm going to make that a little bit softer, quite a bit softer. And let me just listen to it with the keys quickly. Nice. Now there's definitely a few resonant frequencies that I will kind of focus on in the mixdown. I think for now, I just want to see what's going on over here. So I'm going to take a look. Can definitely shave away all of that unnecessary tones over here. And I think a nice to create some good ambience over here, I'm going to pop in a reverb. I'm gonna just take that dry wet straight to 0. I'm gonna up this high cut quite a bit. I'm gonna put the quality onto high. If you're not too sure about all the different settings in this reverb, you can definitely just put this info view on and kind of put your mouse over here, and it will let you know about what happens in the reverb over here. So I'm gonna put this into high mode. I've got it in dry now. I know I want quite a long decay time because I definitely want it to sound a bit ambient and kind of spaced out and not in the forefront of the mix. So it's kind of just adding a bit more depth to that chords that we've added. So let's just give this a listen and we'll play it back and hear what this reverb sounds like. Just gonna low cut as well. Just a bit of that early reflections over here. I do want a bit more of those, so I am gonna turn it up just about 1 dB, not too much. And then the diffusion, I want to take a listen to it, so I'm just gonna go 2 extremes, one very loud, one very soft, just to hear what it's doing. Okay, so I think a good approach here would maybe be to actually turn down those early reflections by about 3 dB. So let's just type that in and then kind of up that diffusions quite a bit. So let's go to that and go 3 dB, give that another listen. Because like I said, we want this kind of spaced out in the mix. It's not something in the forefront. I don't think it's going to be in the entire track consistently. It will probably just be in moments here and there, maybe in build-ups or breakdowns or wherever we feel like we just need to add some more space to that piano. So yeah, let's just give it another listen. Nice. I'm sure you guys can notice those resonant frequencies, but as mentioned, we're not going to worry about it too much now. I do want to add maybe just a little bit of distortion over here. So I'm going to find my erosion plugin, very cool stock plugin from Ableton. Put that before my reverb and then just switch off my reverb so that I can kind of just play back what this erosion is doing. Very, very subtle there. It's kind of adding this white noise layer on top of our instrument, and just on that 10K, just adding a bit of that kind of almost grittiness to that chord. Just so that it does stand out. Let's play that back with the grand piano. Nice. Okay, cool. I'm quite happy with that. Again, we're not going to focus on the mix too much. Maybe we'll just play it back with everything over here now. Let's just play it back without it first. Just making that grand piano a little bit louder. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted over there. Just a little bit of ambience that we could use in the arrangement at a later stage. I do want to change something over here. I feel like the tone of this is slightly lower. If you do recall, earlier in the course, we added one of these kind of pad samples that we found with an ARP in there as well. I do want to just change that and make it a bit higher. Right there. I really like that, and we could even just make this a bit louder because I do feel like it got lost a bit in the mix. Even though it's not one of our lead sounds, I think it's definitely going to serve its purpose in the intro and possibly in the outro as well. It's not something that we should be hearing quite often, but I do want to turn it up just a little bit. Perfect, perfect, perfect. It needs to be just like subtle enough so that you don't notice it and you maybe hear one or two of those nuances. And now I'd like to add another little something that's also quite subtle as well. Possibly something that I would say is heard quite often in Afro House tracks. Sometimes it's in the forefront, sometimes it's kind of shifted more at the back. We'll see what we are going to do with it, but it's like kind of just that very repetitive one note ARP. And I'm going to try and sample for this method over here. So I've got some cool Afro House samples from PML again. There are some melodic loops here. I'm going to see if I can take something from this melodic loops and kind of take a one-shot part, and then we're just going to duplicate it and maybe pitch a little bit here and there to see if we could do something cool. We're looking for a really like sharp sound. This could definitely work. Okay, let's just make this a bit softer. I'm going to open my grid a bit here so that I could really dive into that. And we're going to zoom in and pick one or two of these notes. Maybe even just this first one, to be honest. Okay, so again, like if we're playing this right now, it's going to be quite static. So I might just take the second one over here, turn the volume down a little bit, maybe turn the volume up with that third one, slightly like 1 dB, and then again, just slightly softer so that we're not playing at the exact same volume. And that's just going to make it feel a bit more natural. I might also just shift this up a little bit. So I'm going to zoom in here again, just for that natural feel, zoom in and shift this over slightly, holding in that command button. And just make sure we're making good contact here. Same thing for that last one, just holding in the command and shifting it up a little bit. Okay, let's consolidate these now. So another nice shortcut just to speed up that process if you do want to turn all of your samples into a loop, Command J, and that's just again speeds up everything really, even when it comes to, you know, your arrangements and things like that. Like having all of those one shots separately can slow you down. Mistakes do happen if you don't kind of consolidate those one shots into little loops and you find yourself kind of shifting things into the wrong place. So always a good plan to be consolidating all of your clips. And I'm just going to duplicate them over here, and then I think we can jump into the pitch and get it in key. We do know that we are in F for most part of the track, and this sample seems to be in E, so I'm just going to try and pitch it in. So I'm going to play it back with the track, and then we'll go into our pitch and just try and find the right pitch. Okay, I did make a mistake there. This should be on complex considering that it's a musical instrument and we don't want to lose any of that detail. So let's put it into complex and let's just try that again. Okay, I like that. So now I might even go back into beats and again just try and control that tail. So let's hear what the sounds like. Okay. Sounds a bit edgy, so I think maybe that's not the right approach here. So we're going to leave it as is for now, and maybe at a later stage I'll just put something onto this instrument to just control that release time. Just mixing that in slowly. I don't want it to be in the forefront. It needs to be kind of just in that mix nicely. Putting an EQ on here now, same as we've been doing from the get-go, just cleaning up all of that spaces in the low end, making sure that nothing's interfering with our relationship between our kicks, our toms, and our bass line. And yeah, just making sure that we try and avoid as much muddiness as possible. I do feel like all of that information is not necessary. I'm just going to put this into a high pass so we can kind of hear what we are removing over there. Turn that up quite a bit. In certain cases, that information might be necessary. I don't think it's necessary right here. We want to keep, we want to avoid any muddiness. We want to avoid anything kind of interfering with our low end. So I think that's good for now. Perfect. I think these two elements are definitely the cherry on top where the music parts are concerned. I think before we wrap this video up, I do want to just play our musical parts on their own. So I think I'll solo each and every part first so we could hear them back and then hear those musical parts all together. And then that will be a wrap for this part of the course. And we're going to start moving into our arrangement, starting with a really cool DJ intro. And then possibly even in that arrangement part of the course, we'll start adding our vocals as well. I've got some really cool vocals from PML, from the Afro House sample packs, and we'll start taking it from there. So let's play all of our musical parts back one more time, and then we'll wrap this video up. Our pad section. Our voice pads, as I like to call it. Our bass line. Synth in a higher octave. And then what I think is definitely the glue to everything. Okay, cool guys. I'm pretty chuffed with that. There's one thing that I do want to mention is I really think that the vocal is going to be the cherry on top over here. I'm really excited to get into that part of this course. Like I said earlier, the vocals that PML has provided us with for this course is really, really cool. I have checked them out before we started recording this course, and definitely inspired me quite a bit. So that is the end of this part of the course, and I'll see you in the next video. I am so excited for this part of the course. We're finally at a point where we're about to take this little loop that we've created and turn it into a fully fledged arrangement. So before we do that, we definitely started labeling a few things earlier in this course, and now we're going to continue doing that. And the reason why is that number one, efficiency, and number two, convenience. I don't want to be looking for any of my sounds and confused and saying, oh, you know, where's this cool sound I added earlier and I don't know the name of it because they're not labeled correctly. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now, and it's definitely going to help us in the process. It's going to make us work so much easier. So I'm just going to go ahead and play back everything so I can hear what these sounds are and then label them accordingly. Before we do that, I'm just going to play it one more time so that you know exactly where we left off. Perfect. So I'm going to start labeling these things now. Start with that. I'm going to just call this a pad, to be honest with you. The reason being, I think that it's going to be with my pad group, and I really do like the pad behind there. I'm going to call this voice pad low. Oh, no. Let me call this. I'm going to say voice pad 1. Voice pad low. Probably voice pad high. Grand piano. That's our bass line, so I'm going to say bass. Say synth high over there. Okay, now that that's all sorted, I'm going to move forward to my next step, and that is consolidating all of these different files that are loose and hanging around over here that hasn't been put together. The reason for that is that I don't want to accidentally shift anything into the incorrect place when I am busy with my arrangement. I want to try and be as efficient as possible. So doing these little things that might seem tedious now, they are essentially really good habits to have and good habits to form. So something like this, I will definitely just consolidate together. I'm going to need Command J for that shortcut. That shortcut is Command J to just consolidate these things quickly, and then I will actually just take this one and hit Command D to just duplicate it right across. Same thing over here, Command J. The bigger the file is that you're trying to consolidate, the longer it takes. So I'm going to just hit that and Command D again just to duplicate it. These small ones over here, I am going to do the same thing as well. Let me just open it up so it's easier to select. There we go. Command J again to consolidate. And it now turns it all into one file like this, which is really convenient. And I'm going to hit Command D. I'm going to duplicate that and continue just doing this. These ones, I'm going to actually do them together because you are able to do multiple consolidations at the same time. So I've selected them, Command J, and then I'm just going to hit Command D to just duplicate them again like that, and there we go. And then this ARP as well, Command J, Command D, quick, easy, and will save us a ton of time later on. Our next step right now is we're going to start creating groups over here, starting with our toms. I'm definitely going to hit Command G is the shortcut over there, or you could just right click. For any of these things that I'm doing right now, you could either just right click here to consolidate, they show you the shortcut over there, or you could just, to create a group, you could select these two. I'm holding in Shift to select the two over here, and I'm right clicking and I can say group tracks. So there we go. I'm going to rename this and I'm going to say toms. There we go. I'm going to put all of my rims together, Command G again, and then Command R, by the way. If you want to rename something really fast and you don't want to right click and you have to say rename, that shortcut's right over there. These are all over in Ableton, wherever you can see some shortcut options. So I'm hitting Command R and then I'm typing the name, which is rim shots, rim shots. There we go. Okay, claps, tambourines. I'm going to leave my hats loose. I'm going to create a group for my shakers. So I'm going to say shakers. I'm going to put all of these voice pads together again. Command G. I'm going to say voice pads. Okay, nice. I think this is the very basics. I'm going to shift up this bass line so that it's together here with my other low parts. And now my next step before we get into this arrangement is just start color coordinating a bit. We will change this at a much later stage, but just so that it's a bit easier for me to find all of my goods. So I'm going to take my low end stuff over here. I'm going to right click. I'm going to pick a color. Let's say maybe this color over here or this one. And I'm going to right click and I'm going to say assign track color to all. And then same thing with my hats right now. I mean, my entire drum section. My entire drum section I'm actually going to add into a group. So I've selected all of them. I'm hitting Command G, I'm hitting Command R, and I'm saying drums. And now I'm going to go ahead and recolor this as well so that these are easier to find. Okay. My pad, my voice pads, grand piano, my synth, and my ARP, I'm also going to put into a group. And I'm going to change this into another color. And I'm going to call this group instruments. Okay. Now I would say we are ready to get this arrangement going. So okay, just confirming that everything's there and still in time, that I didn't make any mistakes along the way while doing all of that. I'm going to move to select everything over here right now, making sure that everything is selected, and I'm going to shift this over and create some space over here for me to work in. Anyways, fine for now. I'm just going to put that over there. Let's give it a second. Perfect. Thank you, laptop. And now I'm selecting them all and I'm using the Command C, which is another shortcut. Guys, I know I'm using quite a bit of shortcuts here, but it is for good reason. These shortcuts will really help speed up your workflow. You'll see in this part of the course how quickly we get the song from this tiny 16-bar loop into a fully fledged arrangement with a DJ intro, a build up, a break, and a drop, and a DJ outro as well, making spaces for our vocals that PML has provided us with, which is coming in this part of the course as well. These shortcuts are really cool and it really helps you speed up your workflow. It does get to a point sometimes where in the past I felt like things are just not happening fast enough, ideas start leaving, and I just get a little bit of brain fog, and it's because of all of these like little tedious things that I don't want to be spending my time doing, but I have to do. So that's where those shortcuts come into play. Something simple like I just showed you, hitting Command G to group something, hitting Command R to rename something, really speeds it up. And it seems like, like you're not saving a lot of time, but those tiny little moments, they all add up in the end, and essentially you can be spending that time doing other things. So I hope you guys do find that quite interesting, the use of these shortcut tools. And if you aren't familiar with them, like I said, you could simply just right click and achieve whatever you want to do as well. But I do find that these shortcuts definitely speed up my process. So I'm going to go ahead and select everything now. I'm going to click Command C, and that's allowing me to copy this entire group. The reason why I'm leaving this group here is just in case I need something and I might lose something along the way. I know I've got my little backup at the end of the project here. So I'm going to start somewhere over here. Let's say at bar 17. I am now going to paste that group. Let me just make sure that I've selected it all properly. Command C, and now I'm hitting Command V for paste. Or again, we could just right click over here and say paste, right? There we go. Okay, so I've got an idea already. Just playing this back. I'm going to play it back one more time. I'm not going to play the whole thing because, like I said, I've already got an idea. I'm going to add a locator here and I am going to say DJ intro. And this is going to be the start of our arrangement. I'm going to go ahead and mute the bass now. There's another easy shortcut here. You could either right click and go find this option. It says deactivate clip, or you could simply just hit 0. So doing that, you'll see this clip is now deactivated. I could hit 0 to activate and deactivate. Very easy. I'm going to be using that quite a bit here. And now I'm basically just doing a little, I would say, process of elimination. I'm removing, or rather deactivating, any of the clips that I don't think I'm going to use at this point in time. So I don't think my claps are going to be used in my intro, so I'm deactivating that with the hit of 0. And I don't think I'm going to be using the shakers. So before we do that, let me actually just consolidate this shake over here. So selecting it, Command J, and then Command D to just duplicate it. I don't think the shakers are going to be in the intro, so I'm hitting 0 over there as well. I don't think this hat and tambourine is going to be in the intro, so I'm hitting 0 as well. I do not think that I am going to be using this harmony synth, or the synth that's at a higher octave. Definitely not going to be in the intro and not going to be used quite often, just for little moments. So I'm deactivating that. Our ARP, I'm also not using in the intro. Now, notice how easily I could make that decisions and actually take action on that, because I knew exactly where my ARP was. I knew exactly where my synth was. I knew exactly where my tambourines and claps and hats was. I knew exactly where my bass was, because they were all labeled correctly. They were in the groups, and I literally saved so much time over there instead of having to listen and play everything back because my things are not labeled correctly. And again, it sounds tedious, but it saves so much time, and you'll see how easy this becomes now when I'd like to arrange this DJ intro. So I'm going to go ahead and use this 4 bars over here. I'm selecting everything, and there's the reason why we're deactivating them and we are not deleting them, because we are going to use them later, and it's going to be so much easier to trigger and activate those channels when we need to. So I'm selecting everything now. I'm hitting Command D to duplicate the entire loop, all 4 of them, and I would say this is going to be what our DJ intro is, and this is essentially going to be the point where we move on to our next step now and creating dynamics and movement in our DJ intro. We are going to be using a filter for this. We're going to be using Ableton stock auto filter, which I still use up to this day in all of my productions. I love the efficiency of this filter. I love the fact that when you do put it onto something, you can see where it is at. You can see what you're filtering right here. I've tried many other filters that are actually not from Ableton, and I've still found myself coming back to the auto filter. So I'm going to go ahead right now and I'm going to add filters onto quite a few things over here. The ones that are activated, like this rim shot group. The reason why I made the group for the rim shots again, because now I'm going to be doing quite a bit of automation to create dynamics in this DJ intro, and I want to filter these rim shots. It would be quite tedious creating automation for all of these rim shots, especially when I'm going to be filtering the same. Now it's going to be easy for me to just add one filter onto that rim shot group, create the automation, and everything is going to be triggered by that filter in our rim shot group, which is great. I'm going to go ahead and add an auto filter onto our hats, and I'm moving along, and I'm going to do the same thing here for everything that is here essentially. Okay, anything that is activated right now, that grand piano. Our auto filter, as we drag it over, it automatically sets it to a high pass. And I do have an idea. Keep in mind that I'm kind of structuring this DJ intro here with something in mind. I've played back my loop. I've heard kind of where I wanted to go. So I've got a good idea. And step 1 now is going to be to kind of remove all of that low end from my kick. So I'm going to go into my filter. I'm going to create that high pass filter over here. And I'm just going to solo my kick so I can hear exactly where I want that kick, that filter to be. I'm happy with that. So somewhere around 340. So I'm just going to type that in over there. Okay, so another thing, as you can see now, as we're scrolling over there, if you look at this part over here, 340, around 340, 353, yeah, let's say 340, 350, that's around F. So even though that we're removing those frequencies, we're still filtering in key, which is really interesting over here. We're not going to do that all the time, but I do think it's important with the kick. So I am going to use this, right? This is the on and off button for our kick. Sorry, that's the on and off button for our filter. I am going to be using this and creating an automation for this. So I'm going to go ahead, right click and say show automation in new lane. I know that I want my kick to come in here at a later stage. So I'm going ahead now. It's created a new lane for our automation. I've just clicked once over here and we've got an automation over there, and I'm going to click another one and it's going to simply switch off our auto filter. And I'm going to move on to the next one now, and that's going to be our rim shots. Definitely want to filter that in with a high pass as well. So I'm going to mess around and see what sounds good. I think around 900 is good. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to right click on this now. And again, show automation in new lane. I'm clicking over there in our automation and I'm clicking at the end, and then I'm going right up, and we can see what this is about to do. Check that out. Give it a listen. Very slowly, right? Okay, we're moving on. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to use that exact same formula across most of these sounds, especially in our drums. So I'm actually going to go ahead now, solo my hat. think somewhere around 1K. So I'm going to click on it right now and I'm going to type that in. I'm going to hit enter. I'm going to right click and say show automation in new lane. Go over and then same procedure again. Just creating a start and an end over here, filtering it up. As we can see. Nice. And now I'm going to move on to the next part, our instruments. I know for the fact that I want to filter that piano, so I'm listening to it quickly on its ace. Let's say somewhere around 270, I would say around 275 maybe. And I'm going to right click, I'm going to say show automation in new lane. There we go. Same process again, just creating two little nodes over there and opening up that piano over time. Same thing with my pad here. Let me give it a listen. Let's also do 1K over here. So clicking on it, typing that in, right click, show automation in new lane. Let's open that up nicely. Let's do the exact same thing for our voice pads. I do want to take this time to just show you another cool shortcut actually. What I'm going to do right now is listen to my voice pads quickly. I noticed that I do want to automate my filter at the same time as what I just automated this pad over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to right click on this auto filter and I'm going to say copy. Or if I'm going to use my keyboard shortcut, I'm going to click on it and I'm going to say Command C. I'm then going to go to my voice pad group. I'm going to delete this filter over here and I'm going to say right click paste. It has now pasted that filter with the automation that was on that pad onto our voice pad. So now we don't even have to do that automation. If you know that you are going to be doing the same automation at the same frequencies to another sample or group of samples or sounds, you could easily just copy and paste that auto filter. Will save you a lot of time. So let's just listen to those together now. Nice. I'm going to go ahead and just add an EQ over here. I feel like it's just slightly muddy. Nice. Okay, let's move on and just confirm that we've now filtered everything nicely. I'm going to play this back in here where we're at. I have a feeling I might want to introduce some of the new sounds over here. So let's just give it a listen. Okay, I feel like those toms are a bit aggressive. So I'm going to add an EQ over there and just remove some of those frequencies. I just want to give this a listen quickly and see if I maybe want to change the key of this. There we go. I thought I was hearing something a bit off about that tom over there. Perfect. I like that. Kind of just squishing that up nicely together with that EQ, that toms group. So nice that I could treat both of them together with that group. Let's play this back now again. I think this voice pad also might be just a bit out. Let's just play that again. Nice. I do think I want to add my tambourines and hats over here, so I'm going to go ahead now and just select them and hit 0. And this is exactly what I wanted to come back to about being able to deactivate and activate clips instead of deleting them and having to jump all the way back to our original piece over here. Just deactivating them and activating them saves you a ton of time. It makes it so much easier to kind of set up an arrangement. And of course, at a later stage, all of these ones that are deactivated that you're not using, once you have a complete arrangement, you can kind of clean it up and you have a nice and tidy workspace. You have a good arrangement where you can find all of your sounds, and you've got a setup where you know exactly where everything is, and it's convenient and it's fast and efficient. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, we've taken like not even 15 minutes now to kind of set up this DJ intro, and we're almost ready to continue with this arrangement. So right now I do know I want to introduce my hats and my tambourines here, and I think we're going to use the exact same formula again. So we're going to go ahead, add a filter over here, probably going to be around 1K again. Happy with that. Just slightly lower, just so we have a slow one. Opens that automation and opening it up like that nicely. I think I'm going to go ahead now and copy this, because I do have a feeling that this hat over here is around the same frequency range. I'm going to add an EQ to confirm that. Exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that filter from our tambourine. Perfect. Let's listen to the entire DJ intro now. Lovely. I really like that. I do want to point out how just using that EQ, we don't have any rises yet, we don't have any ambient sounds, we don't have any impact sounds, no crash cymbals. We're still going to get to that part, which is going to add so much more dynamics, but just a simple technique. And just by using that auto filter, we've already created so much depth in that intro. It's got a feeling of this, like the track is literally just opening up. And I do want to add our next part now, but I think I'm going to leave it for the next video, and I think this is a perfect place to kind of call it. But before we go, I do want to just say and highlight the efficient use here of just the filter, and highlight how convenient it was using the deactivate and activate option. Key points over here. Another good point is also just the labeling again. Easy to find all of my things. It was really convenient and fast, and this labeling program or labeling method, and along with the grouping method, is going to speed up our process along the way when we need to write this entire arrangement. Before we end, I'm just going to shift this over quite a bit. I think it's probably going to be a 6 or 7 minute arrangement, as I can see over here. So I'm creating that space now. I plan to create the entire arrangement in this time over here, and we're going to do it all. DJ intro, we're going to create some space for a cool verse for the vocals that we got from PML. We're going to do a cool build up into a drop. We're going to do a little breakdown with a bridge and a build up and drop again, and then into that DJ outro. It's all coming in this part of the course, so please stick around, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay guys, so right where we left off over there with our DJ intro, I think we are now ready to move on into our next part of our arrangement, and that is going to be our part where we're going to introduce our kick drum. We are also going to create a build up, and we are going to make our way to that drop. So I think it's ready for another timestamp over here, and we are going to say verse. I think at this part is going to be the perfect time for our vocal to be introduced. So what I'm going to do right now is I am going to activate this knob first over here. So I'm just going to open our info section so you can see exactly what this does. It says, if locked to the song position, envelopes are unaffected by clip editing. If unlocked, envelopes follow the clip's movement. So essentially what they're saying over here is that when this lock over here is enabled like this, right? And we've already got automation over here, and I'm going to select this, and I'd like to duplicate it now. With this enabled, it is not going to copy the automation along. So if I had to duplicate this now using Command D, and I say Command D, to duplicate that entire 4-bar loop and phrase over there. It's not copying the automation along, and I will show you exactly what's happening over here. This automation over here we created earlier, and it's still there. Now, remember with our rim shots was filtering up. It's not taking that automation with. So I'm going to undo this, and I'm going to hit Command Z, so that you guys can see again. I'm going to switch this off now, and I'm going to select everything again. And notice when I select everything now, and I'm going to press Command D to duplicate this, it's now taken that automation with. So depending on the situation, if you do want to copy that automation, just remember to keep this little option in mind here. It's going to save you a lot of time. Let me just undo this. In this scenario, I don't want to take that automation with me, and I want everything to be left as is. So I'm enabling that right now. I'm selecting all of my sounds over here, and I am going to duplicate it over, so I'm pressing Command D. Again, the importance of deactivating and activating those clips is going to be playing a big role here, because I know exactly what I want over here. I've already turned off my automation on my kick, so for this part I know that my kick's going to go from here, and we're going to say kick in. Nice. And that's probably going to be the only change for this part, and we're probably going to remove the kick somewhere around here again. So let me do that right now. Okay, and let's give that a listen quickly. Let's see if there are any other automations we need to change. We do know that all of these things that were once deactivated, we need to activate now. So I've selected them. I'm going to hit 0, and let's just make sure we go through everything now, and that everything that we want on is still switched on. Perfect. Let's listen to this part all together. I'm going to go ahead and make another locator over here, because I think that's where we're going to drop. So I'm going to say drop. Adding another locator here. I think this is going to be our build up. Perfect. As I mentioned, we haven't added our rises yet. We haven't added any impacts and cool cymbal sounds. Some snare rolls could be on the cards for us as well. And then again, some cool ambient sounds to just kind of create and set that mood in that intro, in that build up, and then into that drop. So for the drop, let's set that drop up right now. Notice this is still activated, so it's not going to make any changes to my automation. So I'm going to grab this part over here, and I am going to duplicate it again. Command D for that. And I'm now going to put my kick's auto filter off over there. I know I want my bass line to come in over here, so I'm selecting them, and I'm pressing 0 to activate all of those. I'm going to go ahead and delete this now, because I know for sure that my bass is not going to be in this part of the song. So I'm removing that over there. My bass line is definitely going to come in on that drop, and I think we could now introduce all of our shakers as well. So I'm going to go ahead and select all of our shakers and switch them on, and then I'm going to go ahead and remove these shakers over here, because I don't think they're going to play a role there. I'm going to remove the tambourines over here as well, just cleaning up a little bit, doing a bit of maintenance, just so that we don't get too confused. And then let's just make sure that we're not missing anything here. I think maybe for that build up we could add that synth harmony, so let's just play that part back. Nice. I'm really happy with that. I know it feels like we kind of got to this point really quickly, but I think everything that I've mentioned here has helped us get there and helped us avoid kind of overthinking all of these steps too much. So we've gotten to our first drop, which is really exciting. I think in the next part of this clip, before we continue arranging our entire song, the next video, we are now going to add our vocals. I think it's a good time for us to start jumping into those effects. So those ambient effects, those rises, and then those crash cymbals or impact sounds rather. I think we are ready for that now. So we're going to stop right here and we're going to move into the next video where, like I said, our vocals are ready to come in. We're going to mess around with some cool vocal chops. We're going to add a little verse and a little hook part to our vocals. We're going to mess around possibly with some delays and things on our vocals as well and create some cool effects using some really cool techniques. And yeah, to just really start filling up that space and then continuing with our arrangement. So I will see you guys in the next video. Okay, so straight back into it. Now that we've got a really cool little DJ intro and some section for a build up and a drop, I think it's a good time for us to start messing around with those vocals that PML provided from the Afro House Academy, and definitely going to start adding some of those effects and ambient sounds, maybe some snare rolls and some cool interesting impacts and rises to really start creating more movement and giving those build ups an identity, giving the drop a bit more of an identity, and just really kind of carving the way through this arrangement with some cool sounds. I think we're gonna start with the vocals first, so I'm gonna mess around with some of these right now and just see what I like in the pack so far and just start dragging and dropping them in and yeah, basically take it from there. So let's check out these vocals quickly. I immediately like that and I know I'm gonna use that, so I'm gonna drop it in here. That one too as well. Okay, and then let's check out the full vocals over here.
She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. She studied the running my mind, running through my mind.
I like that.
Rolling.
We could use that for sure, maybe for some type of in between some of the parts of the vocals. That's quite cool as well. Okay, I'm pretty happy with these samples that we have here, and I'm sure we can arrange them into something cool. I'm just going to close this for now so that we've got a bit more space to work with. We are going to dive deep into these vocals. I just want to make sure before we continue that everything is on the right tempo over here. Okay, I'm just going to correct that to 122. The vocals were recorded at 122 BPM. Ableton does do this sometimes where it analyzes things incorrectly, so you just want to make sure that everything's in the right place. I'm going to hold in my shift button and just select all of my samples quickly and change them to complex again, just so that we don't lose any of the transients, and we are working with vocals and not one shots, so I do think complex is the best setting to be on. I want to switch off the loop option as well, so I'm gonna just select all of them again and just switch off that loop option. Make sure that Ableton hasn't shifted this in any shape, way or form when dropping it in, because it does tend to happen. And yeah, so let's start diving in basically just from the beginning of that intro. I think these over here could be quite cool, so I'm gonna play the intro back. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit because I'm not too sure on the volume, so I'm just gonna turn that down and let's just listen to the intro and see what we can do. Okay, I think this could fit somewhere over here. Maybe the same timing for the other one. That's quite cool. Let's play that back. Okay, that sounds quite cool over there. I like that timing.
Rolling, 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 rolling.
Okay, I'm gonna cut this a bit shorter here. We don't need this whole thing, so I think I'm just gonna chop that last part off over there, shift it over. Let's give it a listen quickly.
She studied the running mama, running, running, running through my mind. She studied the running mama, running, running, running through my mind. Rolling, 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 rolling.
Okay, I'm just gonna get some of the tail there.
Rolling, rolling.
Okay, we're gonna do some work over here for sure with the timing. Let me actually go straight into this and see what we can do. I don't think I like the way that this vocal is sitting, so we're gonna do some work here. I'm gonna move this and I'm gonna start shifting it forward. So kind of wanted to start before that second one. Okay, so I'm actually gonna just work on that one phrase for now, and then we'll try and figure it out and maybe just create a loop from it. So okay, so I'm gonna go in right now, and what we're gonna do here is start creating markers at all of these different phrases and just start shifting them. Okay, I definitely want this one to move up a bit. Okay. So I've got like I'm hearing in my mind, I'm hearing da 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 da. So I kind of want to get it on that melody, so or rhythm rather. So let me just see if we could kind of get that. There we go. There we go. That's nice. And now let's try and see what we can do with the second part over here. Let's use the second part and just gonna select it right now. Bring it in here. Try and do something similar. Let's shift this up. Shift it a bit more. I actually like that right there. Let's just zoom in a little bit more, moving that a tad bit off the grid there. Might even do that with this one as well, just a little bit off the grid. That's quite cool as like a little catchy hook type thing. Let's see if we'll use the other parts. It's essentially the same thing, so I'm going to remove that. I'm going to select these now, and I'm going to use that shortcut that I told you guys about earlier. Command J to just consolidate those two together, and now I'm going to hit Command D to duplicate that. And let's just listen to that whole vocal part again. She studied the running mama, running, running, running through my mind. She studied the running mama, running, running, running through my mind. Rolling, 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 rolling. I don't think I want to use this one for the drop, so we might even bring one of these guys back. I think this one over here. Nice, so I'm going to copy that. Command C there and then Command V. I definitely don't like that timing. Let's see if we can just shift it up a bit. I think we could actually repeat it for the next bar as well. So do that. Let's let's use this one as well. So I'm going to copy that first one. So it goes. Nice. Okay, I'm kind of enjoying the way that this is sounding, and I'm really happy with this layout that we've got right now. I am going to jump into return channels, some cool effects, and showing you guys how to use those in the vocals and using some cool reverb techniques, something fairly simple, not too overcomplicated, just to add some air, and then the delay as well, just to create some more space. So Ableton does actually, when you open them up, they've kind of got a reverb all set up here already, and they've got a delay set up already. We are going to change this delay, so I'm going to delete it right now. I want to use the echo, so I'm putting that echo on there. I'm going to turn it up to 100%. We are using these as sends, so we're going to use this volume over here to control our sends. I'm going to put it onto ping pong. I definitely want to ping pong. I'm going to just give it a listen quickly. I'm going to put it up full blast to hear what this delay is doing. Definitely want a shorter one, so let's try 1/4. Let's try the noted section. I think I want to actually duck it as well, so that our delay does not play while our vocal is playing. So let's use this threshold to kind of essentially duck our delay. What this will do is the vocal will play, the delay will essentially just stop, and as soon as the vocals are not playing, the delay kind of comes back out, and we can control the release time over here, and we can also control how much we want it to duck. So we're going to do something harsh first and then just kind of tone it down from there. To be honest, that actually, that's a very harsh duck. So that's essentially like no delay while the vocal's playing. But I kind of like what that's sounding like. I really do, to be honest. I might even just leave that as is. Maybe up the feedback a bit. Whoa. Okay, I like that. I'm going to turn that down quite a bit and just get it into the mix. Let's go to our reverb before we do that, and let's hear what our reverb sounds like. These samples are actually wet already compared to our dry sample over here. So I'm going to go to our dry sample and then just give this reverb a listen. From the get-go, I know I'm already going to touch on this decay time over here. So let me just give that a listen.
She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. Rolling. Miami there, over me, yeah.
Okay, it's not too bad, to be honest. I kind of like the reverb. We're obviously not going to use it too intensely, so I'm going to turn that down right now and then just mix it in slowly.
She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. Rolling. Miami there, over me, yeah. Miami there. Over me, yeah. Miami there. Over me, yeah. Miami there.
Nice. So I do see something now. Look, I'm not going to do too much with those reverbs and echoes. I'm happy with the way they are sounding already. So I do see that there is a big volume difference between these over here and these over here. So I'm actually going to go in now and I'm going to start turning these down. So I'm going to select them. I'll start with this one so I can get an idea. Just looking at the wave, I can already tell that. Obviously, I can hear it as well. So I'm going to try and get this one as close as possible. And then I'm going to kind of just copy that gain control over there. I feel like it should be somewhere around there. I can see this peak over here is around there, so I'm kind of matching up those peaks together, and yeah, that kind of looks good. So I know we want to turn it down by, let's say, minus 1.5 dB. So I'm going to select these now. I'm also going to turn it. It doesn't have to be exact. We're not mixing right now, and we might even just add a compressor later anyway. So just turning those down slightly so we can have a clean, consistent volume across our vocals, and let's just give that a listen on solo, and let's just hear what it sounds like. definitely want a bit more of that delay.
She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. Rolling, 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 rolling. While I'm there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I'm there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I'm there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I'm there.
Nice. Notice how I was literally just playing back that vocal and then just subtly making a few changes with that reverb. I kind of wanted the reverb to have a bit more of a longer tail there, so I adjusted that decay time. I went into my echo. I kind of slowly started lifting that threshold. I felt like that intense duck that sounded good when I was soloing the vocal actually didn't sound as good in context. So it's always really good to kind of give that a double review. If you are soloing something and just making some minor changes, always go back into the mix and just listen to it in context so that you can actually hear what it is doing in the mix, because it could sound really cool on its own and you could be like, oh, that verb sounds so cool, or that, you know, that delay sounds so cool and it sounds amazing while it's soloed, and you put it back into the song but it's just not cutting through, or you're not getting enough of it, or maybe it's even too much. So play it back, kind of mess around a little bit and see if you can find that little sweet spot, and when it does come to the mixing phase, this will also just make your life so much easier. I'm going to play it back one more time and just make sure that I'm kind of happy. I might even go into our filter section over here and start moving our delay a little bit. I am going to add a compressor onto this vocal as well, because I do see some peaks over here that I do want to tame.
She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. She studied the running my mind, running through my mind.
Yeah, so what's happening right now, if we put an EQ onto our delay return, we're going to see that it's essentially applying the delay to the whole frequency spectrum of our vocals, and I don't think that's a great idea. So we might just want to get that sweet spot probably around that 1K area, 1 to 2K area, maybe let's say between 800 and 1.2K. So we're going to listen now. I'll show you on this EQ what our delay is currently doing, and then we're gonna like kind of just dumb down a bit and then just delay a certain part.
She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. She studied the running my mind, running through my mind.
So I don't think this is all necessary. I really don't think we need to be delaying that. I think we wanted to feel a bit more spaced out. So we're going to remove some of those and then just listen to what that sounds like. Again, solo over here with our delay.
She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. Rolling, 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 rolling. While I'm there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I'm there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I'm there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I'm there.
Really nice and much cleaner instead of doing that on the entire vocal. So let's listen to that again in context.
She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. Rolling, 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 rolling. While I'm there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I'm there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I'm there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I'm there.
Cool, I'm happy with that. I'm just going to rename that right now and I'm just going to call this Fox. Perfect. I'm going to give it a color as well while we are here. And then let's jump into some of our effects. Samples possibly over here right now. I do want some ambient sounds, some background sounds that I think is just going to fill that space. I think it's going to add a bit of texture to our song. And I definitely enjoy doing some of that work. So I'm going to go through some of these samples again here. I know I saw somewhere either between this pack and this pack, I saw some really cool ambient sounds, and we'll just see if we can add some cool things, drop them in, and some cool rises as well, and maybe some snare rolls for that build up. I think it will be quite cool. So let's go into our sample pack over here. We're not looking for vocals. Let's see these Atmos drones. That is not what we're looking for. Let's try this sample pack over here. We've got some samples over here. No ambient samples over there. Let's try these ambient loops. Okay, there we go. This is sounding quite cool already. That one's even got like a bit of a groove to it, which is quite cool. That kind of sounds like that sounds like a shower that's been like kind of chopped up to create a little groove, which is cool. I like that just because it's got quite a few weird sounds. There's not too much of a groove there. I feel like it's changing over time, and that's quite cool. That's what I had in my mind. Let's see if we can find one more. I want to add that just because it caught my attention. So I'm going to go in there. I think the original tempo here is actually 118. So let's just bring that down, put it on complex, and let's see if we can use a certain part over here. I think I'm going to start it on the first bar. Let's try this part over here. Shift that. Getting a bit of a weird result over here. I think there is a timing issue, so maybe let's just delete this ones right now, go in here, and then just use, I'm first going to crop it though. So I'm going to hit crop that clip. Okay, nice. And then I'm going to try and get this timing correct right now. I'm going to actually consolidate this as well before we continue. I think that last one's a bit too fast over here, so I'm going to put a marker over here so that nothing over here moves anyway, and we're just shifting this one. And then let's shift this one as well. That's cool. That's in time. I like that. Da 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 da. Kind of similar to the groove that we've got with our melodies over there actually. I'm going to duplicate this across here now. Then I'm going to consolidate it as well. Maybe just this part would be easier to work with. And then I'm going to duplicate it. Let's give that a listen and put it into context. I'm going to mute this first one for now, and let's just listen to what that's doing. Softly at the back. It's not like it's literally just right at the back over there, just doing something, filling that little void, which I think is quite cool. Let's bring this one into the mix real quick. Let's make sure it's on the same tempo, it's the right tempo. Just putting it on complex 123 over there, and let's start mixing in that slowly as well. I'm gonna mute the vocal. I think, like, notice how these little ambient loops kind of changes the entire feeling. The song suddenly just feels like more alive, and like there's a bit of, how do I say, like as if it's alive and breathing. It's feel like it's got a room. It's like it's as if it now exists, I would say. I know this sounds a bit weird, but I mean, I definitely feel like these ambient loops have just like kind of, it's a breath of fresh air, and it's kind of just filled that void where we are now just listening to the song as just a piece of music and rather not just sounds, you know? I'm going to duplicate this across the whole mix. That's really cool. I don't think I'm going to add much more of those. I'm happy with that. Let's see if we could find some cool rises over here. We've got a rises, rolls, and impacts sample pack from PML. So I'm going to dive into this right now and see if we could find like a really cool snare roll for that build up. I'm sure a snare roll would sound quite cool for this part over here. For sure. So let's just listen to some of these. I like this one over here. And it's nice because it's kind of got a filter on there. I could already just tell that Ableton kind of just warped this the wrong way. So I'm going to put it onto complex again and then just type in 125. That should be nice. And let's just go from 0 and see what the sounds like in context. Pretty cool. I think we are going to do some work on that at a later stage, but I definitely for the Mixdown part of this course, just so that we can really get that gluing in nicely and it's kind of just swelling in over there. But for now, that's okay. I'm not going to be too fussy about that. I'm going to continue like kind of just finding some cool effects and rises in here to just fill up the space. Let's see what these effects rises are actually about. That's cool. Ooh, that's cool. I like that. I like that for sure. Let's switch it the warp off back on complex. We're going to say 123 because that is the BPM of that. And let's just mix this in again. I think a little fill over here could be cool as well. So let's see if we can find any cool fills. Probably maybe a clap fill could work, you know. I'm not going to overthink it. Actually, I'm just going to drag and drop that clap fill. I think it sounds cool. Let's make sure again, just 124 BPM over there. Make sure it's on complex because we can hear that there's some reverb and stuff and we don't want to use that. Or we don't want to lose it rather, apologies. So let's just kind of find some timing for that. Maybe just that last part over here. I'm gonna switch it off. It was deactivated. I'm gonna switch it back on now. So we kind of got those claps just at the end there. Maybe remove these over here from our snare roll. I think that's quite cute, and I'm going to leave that right there. And maybe a little impact sound could even just kind of smoothen this off into that drop. So let's check out these impacts quickly. These are a bit loud. I'm just going to turn down this preview volume over here. Quite a cool sound. I'm going to just go with this one. You'll see quite often that I'm quite decisive in the samples that I'm choosing just because, again, like when writing up, I've got an idea in the back of my head of what something should sound like. And if not, it's always nice to have a whole bunch of options. But if there's something that catches my attention, I kind of try it out immediately and just see where it goes. So not spending too much time, again, on those tedious things. And if it sounds good and it works in the track, then awesome. So let's give it a shot and just hear what it sounds like. finding the volume there. I think it's definitely the one, but I'm going to try and find the volume. I'm going to switch off the vocal just for a second. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. That sounds really good. I am going to try and just get these all together, same colors, and create and put it in a group. I just want to listen to it one more time. Very nice. I might just add some automation at a later stage here so this comes in much more smoothly and it's not that intense, so that we don't come out from here and it's just immediately you notice them coming in. That sounds good. I'm pretty happy with that. I think we are ready to continue with our arrangement now. So I'm going to leave that part of the video right here. And I will see you guys in the next video where we're going to complete our arrangement and then move into the mixing phase, the mastering phase. We're going to mess around with some more effects as well and really just start painting this picture of this track. Already I feel like the picture and the image of the song is there and we want to take it all the way to the end. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, that's cool. I am going to continue with that little vocal that chop. I do think it should just be continuous. So I'm going to remove that one over there and I'm going to have it continuously playing throughout the whole drop. I think over here we can say we're going to add a little bridge part. So I'm going to actually take our build up now and I'm just going to copy it again. So I'm hitting Command C over there, Command V, and let's give that a listen. Definitely not going to use those snare rolls right now, so I'm going to mute them in the meantime. Still want my bass to continue, so I'm going to duplicate that. And then I think as well, maybe we could filter the drums. I think we could also use our impact sounds there again as well, like maybe just for some cool interest over here. I think if this is the one, so I'm just going to duplicate that to here and let's just give that a listen. And let's go ahead and actually just automate this drums as well. Let's keep our shakers going. There's no need for our shakers to leave, so let's just duplicate that over. definitely don't want that to open. I do think we're going to need another bar over here. So I'm going to identify this as my drop right now. I think I'm going to just copy this over again. So I'm going to select everything here and duplicate it. Maybe we could change that vocal. I don't want to repeat that vocal again. So maybe we could bring back the very first part of the vocal over here. I'm going to select that part over here. So I'm just holding in my shift button, selecting those two, hitting Command C, Command V to paste them. Let's give that section a listen. Just switch off this automation. I think that drum should just build up slowly like that. Okay, let's just fix that section over there. We definitely want it to go in smoothly, so I think we'll just repeat this entire part here. Just duplicate it, and let's give that a listen. And then definitely going to bring that R here back over there. So I'm just moving it over here right now. Okay, let's just move this vocal nicely over here now, holding in our command, making sure that that's clean. Perfect. Okay, so we could even just go back here now and just copy this entire drop section again. Instead of manually doing it, we just need Command C, go to this drop here, and then we're going to paste that right over there. And we're definitely going to use our rolls, but not that soon. So let's just play it back and see where we could fit it in. I have a feeling our rolls and rises are going to start around here. Or I could even play from here actually. Oh, that's perfect. So now just to kind of create more interest, more drive, more movement over here, that clap that we added much earlier in our drums, I think it's the right time to activate that. So let's just play that claps back separately on their own one more time. Maybe just clean them up with the EQ a bit. Just removing any of that rumble again. Let's listen to that. Definitely going to extend this drop as well. I do want this drop to be a bit longer. So for some variation, maybe we could add the other RE part. So I've just pasted it. Let me see if this is the correct one. No, that's not the correct one. So let's just Command Z there. I think it's this one. For sure. So let's go. And then also maybe we could add a harmony on top of our piano here. So I'm going to select it right now. I'm going to select these notes. Then I'm holding in my shift and I'm also selecting these as well. That's a nice shortcut. Just holding in shift allows you to select specific notes that you want to. And then I'm going to hold in my option key or alt key on Windows and just kind of drag these over like that. And then I'll figure out from here kind of where I want these to sit, just shifting them around. Just solo this. So I'm going to undo that real quick. And I think maybe what the solution is over here is instead of playing it up, we might even add, it's quite a bit of undoing. Just redo that. And then taking these and then actually shifting them down an octave. So I'm going to hold in my shift button again and I'm going to hit the down arrow. And maybe that's where it needs to be. Well, let me actually just remove them completely and hear what that sounds like. Nice. That's nice. So I'm going to take all of these notes that I've added, which is essentially just these over here. I'm going to turn them down a bit because I don't want them to be too loud. So I'm going to go into my velocity section. Just a little bit. Definitely want this one noticeable though. So maybe that one should be up. And these ones at the end I could make a bit softer. That's kind of cool. I like that. So I'm going to duplicate that and just put that there. We might change it at a later stage, but we're leaving it like that for now. Play it back. I think this filter should actually, I don't want to listen to this again, sorry. I like that for sure. Okay, let's just go back to that piano. It kind of just popped up into my head now that bridge kind of wasn't flowing nicely. But let's go back into this piano and just hear what those harmonies sound like. Those extra notes really making it feel more built up, more movement. Nice, I like that. Now we're going to go into a bit of a break part, maybe slightly longer than the ones we've had before, a little more emphasis. We might add that ARP in here as well that we haven't used yet. It's been muted over here. Let's just play it quickly. Let's find it over here. This is our ARP. So we might use that now to also just create some more of a build-up. I am going to start using some of these parts here. Maybe I'll just copy this entire section over, possibly, if this makes sense. I don't think vocals are coming in over here, so I'm gonna delete those right now. Okay, I'm going to take this entire part right now. And I'm going to eat that and I'm going to put it back on because I don't want my automation to shift with it. But I do want to move this over. I do want that part to be a bit longer. So I'm shifting it with my arrow key 1, 2. And let's actually take this part over here. Again, the nice thing about this is that our automation is going to stay in place. So I'm going to switch off this riser. Let's give this a listen. I think our ARP could actually come in over there. So I'm going to select it right now and I'm going to switch it on there. I'm just going to remove these other ones over here and let's kind of just see what that sounds like. Okay, so now we're going to actually just keep that kick up. And I do at some point want to remove the bass. So I think I might add a filter to the bass over here. So let's go to our filter. I feel like filters are really doing the trick in this arrangement. We're going to put on our high pass. We're going to do that. And we're going to right click and say show automation in new lane. And this is our automation over here. So let's just give that a listen. And we could actually just switch it off over there, to be honest, and we can bring our automation straight back down. So I'll move that to here, or actually Control Z, undo that. What I'll do is just put it back down like that. Our drums could stay down, to be honest. Keep those drums filtered until the very end. Let's give it a listen one more time. I'm feeling like we could actually use the entire vocal over here. It seems like I might have accidentally removed the vocals by accident, but that's okay. We could just fix that at a later stage. I do want to shift these now and just say... To be honest, I think we might have removed those vocals by accident when we muted the ARP. So I'm just going to see if that is what happened. That's exactly what happened over there. So let's just get our vocals back quickly. Apologies about that. I did not notice that happened. But luckily, just a quick undo there did the trick. I do remember that we had this filter over here. So let's just go back. Quite a good save there, to be honest. I was almost a bit worried.
Running
let's just keep that kick filter up as well. I remember that we needed to do that. Ooh, that was a bit weird. Let's just go there. Okay guys, that was really cool. I'm gonna be honest, deleting those vocals by accident was a bit scary, but I kind of just used that undo shortcut, which is Command Z, to kind of undo my movements, and luckily we managed to get them back there. I did accidentally delete them, but not too big of a stress. So yeah, basically what we did right now is we've created our little break section here where we've got another build up happening. I'm gonna add that locator and say build up, and we're going into another drop, but before that we added a second drop, and we also added some harmonies to our piano to create interest. On our second drop we added those claps over there as well, just to keep interest and movement. And then of course we kind of set this up here with a bit of a filter so that it feels that feeling of everything coming down, our vocals are coming in, everything starts rising again, and we go into our last drop, and that's actually where we're going to end this part now. I am going to do a part where we're going to create that proper DJ or club outro, whichever one you prefer to call it, and then that will be a wrap for our arrangement session and arrangement part of this course. In that part where I am creating the club outro, I might just take another look and see if I could do any other cool automation tricks and just some finishing touches over there, and just some small little tweaks to kind of keep that interest within the arrangement, and then we can be moving on into the mixing and mastering part of this course. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, so now that we've got a good arrangement going, we've got a nice intro, we've got a build up and a drop and a little bridge and a few interesting things that we've added along the way, like those extra keys and claps and arp. I think it's a good time to kind of wrap up this arrangement. So we're gonna just play this back one more time and then create a outro, and I think that will be the end of the arrangement part of this course. I think it will be time for us to move slowly into the mixing phase, and obviously just doing a few more automations and things over there, and then really fine-tuning this and getting it into the mastering part of this course as well. So let's play back what we have so far, and then we'll set up that outro. Okay, so we've got a good idea. I don't think we're going to play through the whole part. I am going to come to this section though, so that it can give me a bit of guidance there and see where I need to go.
Running through my mind, rolling, 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 rolling. While I be there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I be there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I be there, over me, yeah, yeah. While I be there.
Just duplicating that section again. Maybe one more time. Remove the kick for this part. Oopsie. So let's add a impact sound over there, and then let's take this part of the drop again, and let's just get it here for the outro. So I think we're going to remove those claps now for that outro part. I think the ARP might be removed, I'm not too sure. And then I think also we could just start filtering out that piano and a whole bunch of other instruments as well. Just for that smooth kind of flow into the outro. The vocals are definitely not going to come back, so I'm going to remove that. But let's just start fine-tuning the way into that outro. I think that ARP as well, I'm not too sure what we're going to do with regards to that. I'm going to play this back one more time and just give it a listen. Maybe we could actually filter that kick over there, put that filter back. think we could even start filtering that bass up again. Let's see. And let's just see. Okay. Our high pass is already actually triggered. So we're going to do this. Cool, guys. I think for now I'm happy with this arrangement that we've got going over here. I've set up this arrangement in a way where it's got an identity, it's got a beginning, it's got a middle, it's got a cool drop, it's got an outro, it's got a cool bridge, and I feel like all of the elements are kind of getting their time to shine. Definitely not an over complicated arrangement, and even the musical parts as well here, I feel that we've kept it really simple and very palatable, if I might say. Not too complex, and I kind of like that here. So I'm gonna wrap up that part of the arrangement right now. I think we are possibly ready to start mixing this track right now, and during mixing we're definitely going to be using quite a bit of automation. We're still going to be using those filters in more detail. We're going to maybe start removing certain parts in the arrangement, still like tiny bits, like maybe these toms don't need to be there before the drop, and just little things here and there. But I think it's time for us to now start really paying attention to the details, start cleaning up all of our sounds, maybe start using a bit of saturation to get some warmth, and using some more of our returns over here, our reverbs and echoes maybe, to really start creating space in the mix, especially in those build-ups. So yeah, let's jump into that part right away, and let's start getting into the mixdown of this track. Okay, so we are officially ready to start mixing down this track, cleaning up any issues that we have, and starting to get everything, just staged well, volume wise, and then also just, like I said, cleaning up any issues. We are going to start with the lower end. We're going to go into our drums, we're going to move into our instruments, and then we'll go into our vocals and our ambient sounds as well. But before we go there, I'm just going to start tidying up a little bit, just going to do some house maintenance over here, and I'm just going to maybe group all of my low end stuff. So my kick, my toms, and my bass, I'm gonna put those all in a group, and I'll rename this group right now. I'll call this kick and bass. And then the same goes over here as well. I'm just gonna rename these quickly, and maybe while I do that, I'll just play the track in the background. Okay, perfect, all sorted, guys. Just gonna change this color quickly to something different here, just slightly different. Okay, that's fine for now. And now I'm gonna jump in just from straight off the bat. I want to go to my master channel first, and I want to make sure that we are hitting -6. If not, we're gonna bring everything down to -6, and we're gonna mix into 0, or while we're gonna master to 0 at a later stage rather. So I'm gonna play the loudest part of the track right now. Just gonna get a loop going over there at the loudest point. I'm going to go into the different section view over here, and I'm just going to see what's happening. So we're already hitting over 0 over there. So I'm going to actually just select all of my groups right now. I'm going to click on here to reset that, and I'm going to turn them down slowly. Okay, that's fine for me. And now let's jump straight into our mixdown. So we're going to start again with our low end section. Let's just go to our drop over here. I'm going to mute. I'm going to close this firstly, even though we're going to go in there now shortly. And I'm going to just mute everything. I'm going to start with my kick first again. See if there's anything I need to do there. Solo this section. Yeah, I might want a bit more grit on this tom, so I'm gonna mess around here and see what I can get out of it. Quite a harsh boost over here, but I just want to hear these frequencies. Okay, I know exactly what we're going to do here. We are going to add some erosion, which, well, the plugin is called erosion, that's distortion rather, that we're going to add. I do think we have a filter over there, so we might even just put this onto our group itself. Right over there, and now I'm just going to slowly mix it in. Without it. With it. Just getting some of that high frequencies back there that we've rolled off, but in a much more sharper way. Let's bring in our bass. And now let me actually just mute our toms. I could use with a little bit of compression over here, just a little bit, just to make sure that that bass is nice and controlled. I don't want to use the glue compressor for this. I want to actually use the normal compressor over here. I'm going to put it right here, actually before our side chain. I think I'm happy with that ratio for now. Just a little bit. Just to tame any of those dynamics that might be a bit too intense, that might just be popping out a bit too much. We do want some good control over here. Okay, let's move into our drums. Let's start with that rim shot. Okay, I can already hear that we're gonna have to apply some EQ and things over here. I'm definitely hearing some low end that I do not like. Same over here as well. Still popping through even over there, so I'm gonna leave that on, but I'm also gonna add a hard cut. So actually, what I'll do is I'll add this as a hard cut. I'm gonna put an EQ here so I can see what's happening, and that's exactly what I want. Okay, nice. Same over here. Okay, maybe we could add a bit of room over here right now. So I'm going to go to our reverb and just hear what that reverb will sound like. Could make this reverb a bit shorter. Okay, I don't actually like it, so I think we're going to use the reverb as an insert right now because I want a really short reverb. So yeah, a room reverb, exactly. Let's see what nice presets. Maybe this dark small room or this drums room might be nice for our rim shots. A little over there. I think that's enough, to be honest. And let's go into this clap. I'm going to shave off a little bit of that high end over here. I don't think it's necessary. And I'm actually going to add a auto pan onto my tambourine so we can move that from left to right. I think that could be quite cool. Subtly though, not too much. We're not going to do a hard pan. We're going to do something small. Let's just solo it by itself quickly. That's obviously a hard pan, as you can hear now. We're going to turn it down. I just want a little bit of movement on it, you know. I'm happy with that. We might even do the same over here. We'll add that pan, but this time I'm going to invert it so that it's doing it the opposite way of the tambourine. Nothing too intense there, but again, it's just creating some nice movement over here with our drums. I think we can remove a bit more from here. Turn the tambourine up a little bit. Okay, let's go into our shakers and just do some correction quickly. Same thing that we've been doing, just some EQ work and just seeing if we can clean it up as best as possible. Okay, I see we've already done some stuff over here. We haven't touched that one. So I'm going to listen to the whole group as a whole and maybe we'll just address the entire group. I think we could definitely use with a some sidechain on this as well. No muddiness over there, which is good. Let's get a sidechain on here, sidechain it to the kick. So enable that sidechain option, find our kick over here, short attack, short release, and then let's just hear what that sounds like with the kick. So let's solo the kick and the shakers. Not too intense with the sidechain. Obviously, this would be an extreme sidechain. We don't want that. We're just creating a little bit of more room for our kick over there. This is without it. With it. Very subtle. And I think I'm happy with that. Let's play our drum section and our low end section together now. I'm going to go to this section now and take a look what is happening volume wise and just see what the relationship like is between my kick and my bass. Okay, so I do think I need to add a utility onto this bass and make sure that it is in mono. So I'm going to do that right now before my compressor right over here. I'm going to do the same thing with my kick. Just want to give that another listen, and I want to check what the volumes are doing over here. I'm going to turn down that bass slightly. And I'm actually going to get a bit more. I want that compressor to compress quite a bit more. Perfect. Nice. Okay, so let's go into our instruments quickly. One for one again, slowly. I'm just going to start going into this. So I'm going to play everything as we go along. So I'm happy with where my kick and bass is. I'm happy where my drums is right now. I'm going to go into my instruments and just quickly start working on where everything is sitting. Maybe adding some movement again to these pads as well. Just a little bit of panning over there with that voice pads as well. Maybe half time, so I'm going to go over here to the right and just slow it down. Let's listen to that. Obviously much less. Again, just creating a little bit of that movement so it doesn't feel like everything is like static and smack bang in the center. We're creating a bit of width and depth with that auto pan. We're going to actually copy and paste this auto pan that we've done over here now, and we're going to paste it onto this one and invert it so that when the one is on the left, the other one's on the right, and vice versa. So invert, and let's take a listen to that. Gonna put an EQ on this piano right now. I just messed around with the soft hard settings a bit and the brightness, and just to kind of get a bit of a different tone there. Removing all of that low frequencies off from my piano, and then same thing again, we're going to get that glue compressor on here, and we're going to do some side chaining, short attack, short release, open up that side chain setting, side chain to our kick. Let's hear that with the bass. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna go to the section where I can hear that synth of ours. Little bit of compression here just for control. The fast attack. Slight changes there just to the EQ. I mean, yeah, correct. The EQ of our delay on our return. But I'm pretty happy with the gain staging over here. Now we've added a little bit of compression and just controlling and taming any things that were out of hand. I do think we're still going to have to, from the full arrangement perspective, add a bit more automation for movement and things, which we might do now. I just want to make sure that everything in this FX department is good. So I'm going to go over there quickly. Starting with these two over here. EQ definitely. So let me just mute it. So I'm listening to the one only. And I actually think I want to listen to this in context, especially with that DJ intro where it plays a big role. That's nice. Let's bring in that next one. Some low end over here. I'm gonna turn that up quite a bit. There we go. I like that. Oh yes. So just from that little bit of compression there that we've been using subtly across the entire track, we did a little bit of EQing and use some distortion here and there to kind of bring out some more information and detail in certain parts, especially with our bass. And already we're hearing quite a big difference. That kick is really punching through nicely. That piano sounds nice and clean and there's a good amount of space. The auto pan is also doing a really good job, especially with things moving around now and we don't have everything smack back in the center. We're getting that range that we want and we're getting that movement that we want. And we're already halfway there with regards to a nice clean mix. So in the next video, I'm going to focus more on the overall track and I'm pretty happy with the way that the gain staging is looking right now. We are hitting about around -6, which is good. But again, now going back to that arrangement and using some of those reverb and echo techniques to really just get that mix sounding nice and feeling that movement, feeling the track going up in the build-ups, going down in those breakdowns, jumping into all of those details. So let's wrap up this one over here and let's move on to our automation and our effects and really just cleaning up this mixdown before we go into our mastering stages. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, so immediately I want to jump into that bridge part. I want to start using reverb to kind of create more depth over there. We might even automate some volume and bring a few things down so that that drop really impacts a little bit more. So let's jump straight into that right now. So I'm creating an automation now for our reverb over here, and I'm just gonna use that slightly over here. So let's just solo that so we can hear what's happening. Perfect. And I'm gonna actually, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna select this automation and I'm gonna hit Command C to copy that automation. And I might even go onto my toms right now and let's just listen to that together. Show automation in new lane over there. So we've got our automation here now and we're gonna paste our automation. So it's a bit intense, so I'm going to hold in my option button now, and I'm going to be able to control that. We don't want too much of it, and maybe we want to make it a bit softer as well, and possibly a bit shorter. Same with our drums. And that's just really going to add some dynamics for when we're going into that drop. It feels like everything's pushing back, and then that drop feels very impactful. I wonder if that could work with our instruments as well. No, I don't think it's necessary over there. I think that is good enough. Let's just check out these snare rolls. I did say earlier that I want to control that and the way that it comes in. So I'm going to add a utility right now onto that snare roll. I'm going to add a utility onto our riser as well. I'm just going to move this riser up here. There we go. Add a utility to that. And let's just give that a listen. Definitely too noticeable over there, so let's just turn that down and slowly start mixing that in. There we go. Nice. So now I'm going to do what I did earlier. I'm going to select this automation and I'm going to copy it to every single part so that I don't have to do it again. Just pasting it over there. And wherever the snare roll appears, we'll have that same automation. I want to clean up this full clap over here. I feel like there's some low end that's not necessary over there. Oopsie. Let's grab our EQ. That's exactly what I was hearing. I do want a bit of a softer slope. There we go. Okay, let's just listen to the volume of that clap. Maybe some reverb. Okay, so now we're going to continue with that, and we're going to try and add some more details wherever we go just before those drops. I'm going to remove the toms over here. And I think we could filter up our bass as well so that it just creates more emphasis over here. So maybe we'll keep it down over here. Let me just play it back and have a listen first before just kind of jumping into any specific automation. There we go. There we go. And let's get that automation back from earlier's build up as well. So let's just copy that one over there and let's involve it in this section again. Nice. Okay. Right now, I'm going to copy that reverb automation right across to all of these build-ups. I know I'm going to want them for every single drop. So there we go, just like that. And then I think we might possibly be wrapping up this sooner than I thought, just because I think we've got a good flow going right here. The shortcut of copying and pasting these automations are really speeding it up for me instead of really just doing every single part manually. So I do want to just play it back, all of these certain parts, and then see where I can make some changes again. Okay, I want to control those peaks in that vocal. I feel like certain parts are just popping, especially over there. I can see it. So I'm going to do some subtle compression here as well. Fast attack there. I kind of wanted a bit of a slower release, not much slower.
She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. She studied the running my mind, running through my mind. Rolling.
There we go.
Rolling.
Just turned up that vocal a little bit. I think our pads could go up as well. I feel like we're losing a bit of our pads there, so I'm going to give it a bit more volume, maybe about 3 decibels, just like that. Let's listen to that. Piano can go down a little bit. So right now I'm just adding an EQ on all of my different channels, all of my different groups rather, so that I can see exactly what these are doing. It's really important to see what's happening within those frequencies. This is again where all of these groups really play a good role. It allows me to go through everything efficiently. It allows me to see what's happening in my low end, in my drums, in my instruments. So I'm gonna just be scrolling through these now and just taking a look and seeing what's happening in my mix. Definitely gonna turn this down over here. So just removing any possible muddiness there on that vocal. Just let's play it back one more time. Same with the effects here, just rolling this off. think I want to add some more of that brightness to that clap. Okay guys, I'm listening to this. I'm struggling to hear any serious issues right now. I'm struggling to hear any serious phasing issues. It's always good to give it some playback and just give it a listen to kind of hear anything that's not sitting too well. And right now, this is sounding pretty good to me in my headphones. So I do think we are ready to kind of go into that master and start mastering this track. But at the same time, and I've experienced this before in the past, while mastering, the Mixdown sounds really good. It sounds clean and we're ready to tap into the master, and then the master kind of identifies a few and kind of shows a few issues in the mix. So there is a possibility that during our mastering session we might even go back into our Mixdown and fix a few things. But for now, I think we've covered everything that I wanted to with you guys with regards to automation, with regards to creating some depth in those build-ups, and then also just using volume to kind of stage everything nicely, some subtle compression over there, some distortion to kind of bring things a bit more to life. And then we haven't used any saturation just yet because I haven't felt that there was any necessary spots where I could really apply some saturation. But if so, in the master, like I said, if anything kind of sticks out during that mastering process, I will easily just go back into the Mixdown and add a few more cool things over there. So that's it for now. That's it for this Mixdown session, and I think I'll see you guys in that mastering session where we'll really be attacking the loudness and the clarity and get into that part of this course. So I'll see you in a bit. Okay, so it's finally time to get into that master channel and start doing a few things with that master. So I'm now going to play the loudest part of the song, and we're just going to really dial in on that loudness level, some compression, some saturation possibly, and just really get that loudness level to a good point without creating any distortion. And if we are getting some distortion, let's hope it's the good kind. So yeah, let's jump straight into it. Okay, so my first thing that I'm putting onto this chain is a mid-side EQ. I'm going to check out the sides right now over here using the setting. Make sure that there's no low end that's on the sides over there. We want that to be clear of any low end, and then we'll take it from there. That's nice. I'm going to get a compressor in here immediately with a nice quick attack. And we'll leave that release as is for now. If you do want more information on the compressor, again, just open up this info window over here and drag your mouse over here, and they'll explain exactly what the ratio does. To give you an idea, I'll read that out for you. In peak or RMS modes, it sets the ratio of the compression between the input and output level. For example, a ratio of 3 means that for every 3 decibels of input above the threshold level, the output will only increase by 1 decibel. So a ratio of 1 to 1 means no compression. So that's basically what that ratio knob does. The attack knob sets how long it takes to reach the maximum compression, so to reach that threshold, and then the release is obviously setting how long it takes for the compression to stop after the signal drops below the threshold. So we're going to go into this right now, and we're just going to dial in this compressor a little bit. so we're just grabbing all of those short beats and just controlling them a little bit. I do want to get a saturator on here right now. To be honest with you, I don't use the stock saturator quite often, so this is going to be a bit new for me, but I do understand how it works. So we're going to try and get a bit more color from the mix over here, and we'll just start with it on dry. We'll hear the difference and take it from there. What I'm going to do right now is also put a limiter right at the end of my chain. I'm going to be mastering into that limiter. I'm going to check out this multiband compressor right now after the saturator. I just want to see exactly what's happening here, and maybe we could again just control our lows, our mids and our highs nicely over here without losing any of the dynamics. So let's take a look. Okay, nice. So basically what we've just done here, I was definitely just zoning out and making sure that everything's nice and clean. We've essentially just dumbed down the mids a little bit, not too much, and then we've added a bit of the tops over there with this multiband compressor. What it's doing is essentially brightening up our mix a little bit within the master over here, but also just to give applying slight compression, and then we're also using this output to get some more volume out of it over there. And then the same over here, we're getting some more of that drive and dynamics from our saturator and warmth with a soft clipper on, and then also just a little bit of compression in the beginning. We've got that mid side, removing all of the low end on the side, and then I'm going to take another look at this EQ to make sure that we don't have any of that super highs over here. Okay, I'm pretty happy. I'm going to add a EQ at the end to just check that out. So I think I want to remove that. So I'm going to go in at the beginning. Those are really sharp and I don't think they're necessary, so we're going to remove it. And then we've got some sub over here that might not be necessary as well. I'm going to turn up my headphones right now. Super, super lows. Okay, let's give it another listen. I'm going to bypass our mastering chain for you now so you can kind of hear what we've got before and after. nice. I'm pretty chuffed, to be honest. I honestly stick to less is more, and I don't want to shoot myself in the foot, kind of ruining the dynamics over here. So we're going to leave it right over there. I am going to add a spectrum though, because I do want to see what's happening. So we'll add this over here, and we're just going to take a look at our mix right now. We're going to take it off auto, and we're going to set it so that we can see exactly what's going on. I did notice something now, and I said earlier when we jump into this mastering phase, we might notice a few things. I noticed that I didn't add a sidechain onto our effects over here, so I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to get my glue compressor out, short release, sidechain on, and then sidechain to my kick over here, and then just play that back. Just pasting that exact same sidechain onto my reverb as well. I feel like I could use a bit more of my shakers. I think it's this one. I think we should actually pan these shakers as well. It might have slipped my mind during the mixdown, so I do want to do that now. Just a little bit. That's fine like that, really subtle. Turning up the volume just a little bit. Guys, I am really happy with the way this track turned out. I think we've got a good balance of everything here. It's definitely not too much and it's sounding really clean. I haven't obviously heard them on my monitors in my studio yet. I've been using my headphones for this entire course and it's been very fun. I enjoyed making the song. I definitely enjoyed using all of the stock Ableton plugins to create something really cool. It was a really fun experience.
PML Afro House Academy, your ultimate learning pathway to a chart-topping banger in 6 steps. Step 1. Yannick Mounts invites you on a complete production journey. Cape Town producer Pierre Johnson takes you on a deep dive into groove and rhythm. Explore practical music theory lessons to write beautiful harmonies instantly. Dial in the perfect piano tone and develop your own sound. Nail the perfect vocals. Releasing and touring artists, share career and production tips, discover what really matters. Ready for the next step? Get full access now on productionmusiclive.com.